Call to order the Berlin Township Trustee regular meeting for September 22nd, 2025. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please call roll. Here. Here. Thank you. That takes us to public comment. If anyone would like to make public comment, please state your first name, last name, and address for the record. Any public comment should be limited to 4 minutes maximum. And as a matter of standard procedure, the board does not respond to any public comments or questions made during the public comment period, but may direct inquiries to the appropriate department for later follow-up. With that said, would anybody like to provide public comment? Hearing none, we will move on to minutes. There are no minutes at this point in time to be approved. Feedback has been provided to the fiscal office, and we are awaiting an address provided from last meeting. Any comments? Okay, thank you. We will now move on to the firefighter swearing in. We have with us today Assistant Chief Jaden Spencer. Would you please come forward, sir? Over here? Yeah.
No, it's firefighter.
Oh, sorry, firefighter. I heard you've been studying this. I have not, so we're going to go through it together. If you wouldn't mind raising your right hand. And placing it a little bit. I, Jaden Spencer, do solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
Do solemnly swear to uphold the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
And the Constitution and laws of the State of Ohio.
The Constitution and laws of the State of Ohio.
And the rules and regulations of the Berlin Township Fire Department to the best of my ability.
And the rules and regulations of the Berlin Township Fire Department to the best of my abilities.
As a firefighter with Berlin Township Fire Department.
As a firefighter with the Berlin Township Fire Department.
I pledge to always carry out these duties.
I pledge to always carry out these duties.
Never allowing personal feelings.
Never allowing personal feelings.
Or danger to myself. To deter me from those duties.
Deter me from those duties.
I recognize the badge of my office.
I recognize the badge of my office.
As a symbol of public faith and trust.
A symbol of public faith and trust.
And I promise to serve with compassion, pride, and integrity.
I promise to serve with compassion, pride, and integrity.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Jaden, we're going to need to have a sign.
Yeah. I was getting really close to the door.
Don't walk out yet. I got your signature still.
Suitable for framing or whatever. The other one's just for your file.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Hey. Shake your boss's hand.
Thank you. Great way to start out the evening.
Thanks, guys.
You're welcome.
Thank you all. Yeah, you all are welcome to stay. We have a long, lovely evening planned. Okay.
Yeah.
For the flag, Ms. Paula. Thank you so much. Okay, what a wonderful way to start out our evening, welcoming a new firefighter. Township. Now we move forward with the agenda to Delaware County Engineers Office update. We have quite a few from Mr. Doug Riedel. Hi, Doug. Welcome.
Thank you. So I guess the first thing we provided a response to the RDA for the identity system for the investigating path and traffic safety on the road. We did respond, provide a response last week to Administrator and also Jesse. So I don't know if there's any questions regarding the response.
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of your response. Could you summarize it?
Sure, absolutely. Basically, what we can do is roll supply process. Should be staffed along the west side of the road. Currently, it was built, from by development from the roundabout at the station north to where it terminates, and our office will be extending Rolls and Hyatt up to Curve Road here in the next couple of years. And those plans these plans will include grading for future along the west side of the road. The active construction of the flat path could be done either in conjunction with the plans or at a later point, the wishes of the township, financing your budget and so forth. So that basically is consistent with what we've done on other projects, as far as future planning for that and how we can accommodate that in place in the future. The other thing that we can do, check around our office, is acquisition for right of way for the extension rules of Hyatt will include 3 or 4 flag lots that actually have access to entrances on the airport road, which we're all familiar with. We could certainly provide grading within our plans to provide an extension of a path from Rolls and Hyatt west or east, excuse me, to Daleport Road, similar to what has been done south.
Through the flag lots.
Through one of the flag lots, because it would be too much for us to include or require that additional right of way. And put that in one of those flag lot witnesses.
What about, so, good for long term, what about for immediate remediation related to the speed, the traffic concerns on Dale Ford as it exists today?
Well, that's a little bit tougher situation to try and solve. Obviously, residents that are using the road for walking purposes or walking their dogs and so forth, they got to be cognizant of traffic. And on the flip side of traffic, needs to be aware of residents being on the road as well. We could look at putting some signage up that would say pedestrians using roadway, some sort of warning sign, basically traffic aware, as they coming southbound on the curve or northbound on the railway station, and that is the situation at least currently. Long term, you could look to investigate putting a path along Daleport Road. Again, that would be up to what your long-term plans are, with your folks that are working with your committee on your paths, plus cost expense and be certainly probably right away for that path and whether there's a need for a parallel path. That is something that would obviously need to be discussed as well.
And Dale, the right of way on Dale Ford is pretty much what do we have?
I believe that it's 50 feet wide, although I'd have to check. Wrong.
That's what I was thinking.
Because,
Not even on 60 foot.
correct.
So
Because we had to keep that culvert extension that we did, or that culvert project we did, really tight to keep it within the right requirement additional. And there really is room for a path there now, so you kind of imagine, they extend that
And
culvert.
the reason for asking that, what that means is we have probably wired a right of way all the way along through
Or an easement. Path easement, I mean, that's, yeah.
What if there were appetite amongst the neighbors to, have used their yards as the sidewalk instead of us acquiring road right of way? They volunteered in as a group to create a sidewalk down at least part of the portion of Dale Ford. I'm not saying that would be the case, but.
It's, Megan, that certainly is an option. Fire advice code still does allow townships in the county to, construct sidewalks. And that's kind of the same statute that we use and just slide the definition of sidewalk and include a paved path. So, I mean, that would certainly, if folks are willing to donate an easement for a path, certainly provides a lot of momentum for projects, so to speak, because that's a big hill to get over. Construction obviously is expensive, but there are opportunities for grants to get that money, and there's been several townships that are required to stay.
Yeah. Okay, so on Dale Ford, the area specifically of concern, given the teenage driving situation now towards high school, was that yellow curve. And they're saying that people continue to not, they're going too fast, and then they take that curve and then they slide into the yards. That's what happened. That kind of was the motivator for why we reached out to you. Is there anything that we can do on that curve that you may recommend, such as putting some deterrent rail guard, blocker, sign that would maybe help with that specific curvature in that?
Well, obviously, the first thing that we would do in a situation like that is signage. That would probably be the most appropriate thing to do. Least cost, but also most effective. Is as much of a hazard in the road than is for them to slide off the road. They can hit the guardrail and have an issue that is probably as bad as if they just slid off into somebody's yard. We can look at that curve specifically.
Yeah.
Come up with some recommendations for signage, chevrons and things of that sort, kind of provide some additional awareness to folks that are there, just to make sure they're driving the curve as safe as they can.
Yeah, I think that would be great because the specific, the way that the landscaping is as well, right on the other side of the curve, things that come over, it can inhibit the view of the driver to see pedestrians on the road. The rest of Dale Ford is a bit of a straight shoot, so to speak. So more what we have there is just speed and awareness. And then we have the path that a lot of people are picking up on a little bit further down. We're talking about Dale Ford from Curve Road to approximately just past Clover Plains, and that's that curve. I'm not sure also if speed limit reduction would be warranted, but would lend to your expertise on that as well.
Well, any reduction in the request to lower the speed limit, that we would, like we've done before, on speed limit studies.
Right. But what
We
would
could,
you look at the recommendations of that as well?
well, we could certainly do another speed study to see,
Oh, yeah.
we could
Have
look-
Did you do some speed study on?
we might have, I'd have to go back to the records and see, if we've done one in the last 2 years, then we probably would not do one.
Yeah, you do.
If it's been lower than that, we could do another speed study, maybe an RA. So before we go through, fill out our RA, let me check our records, to see what we've done in the last 2 years.
Perfect.
And I think we're at 45. And, getting people to go 45 is another challenge.
It is,
And
absolutely.
half would probably want to put it on the east side of the road because it would keep it on the inside of the curb. So cars coming around the curb are gonna tend to slide on the west side of the road
Mhm.
rather than on the east side. So the east side would probably be the more usable side to put any kind of trail.
Yeah, and that makes sense to me from a sidewalk perspective on the one hand. On the other hand, the location of the homes on the east side are so much closer to the road than the locations of the location of the homes on the west side.
Mhm.
What do you think about that?
What I understand is just the physics of it is the momentum is gonna push it.
Yeah.
forward.
To the west, agreed. Yeah, so it sounds like we have a couple follow-up items. Definitely signage recommendation from you all, a, look at when the last speed study was done on Dale Ford and a recommendation potentially on that. And then let's say that the residents, are, interested in pursuing, as a community, a sidewalk placement. Hearing more from you, maybe on your recommendation on east, west, what would be the best way to do that? I definitely concur with Trustee Bullard's assessment of the car flow and traffic. But then, and we also have the telephone poles and culverts on that side as well. But the houses are very close to the road, and there might be more, of a challenge to, welcome the sidewalks. So close to these houses.
Certainly we can do that.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, next matter for the engineer was check the road.
Yeah, we've had ongoing discussions with the folks that installing the mountain bike through the Army. I guess, in my opinion, reading through the emails and gathering whatever, we've had discussions with them to make sure that once we install the roundabout there, which is still scheduled for next year, that aligns with where this is safe for pedestrians and cyclists through the roundabout. And they took that information from us and they put the path where you see it today as if the roundabout was there. I think they misunderstood the timing of when they were constructing the path, when they were constructing the route. So we've gone back to them and said, the path cannot check the road where it is today. It needs to be moved up to the intersection and have a safe crossing at the intersection, obviously, for the time being until we construct the roundabout next year. So we're working with them right now to get that moved and have a crossing that's safe at the intersection. in Africa.
Okay, so for the roundabout,
Mm-hmm.
somebody mentioned that they had checked the site. It used to be that the site said that there would be a roundabout then next year, which you're indicating tonight. But that, somebody else mentioned that it might be delayed a couple of years.
Well, I'm always optimistic, Megan, but we were hoping, our plan is to still try and do it next year. We're waiting on an Army Corps, to give us permission, and acquiring right away from them. So we are actually having an internal meeting tomorrow to go over our projects. If I have an update, I'll be glad to send it along to you if we hear something more tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, that would be fantastic. Specifically, I heard the Army Corps issue was surrounding a tree older than the township that the county would have to cut down to create a roundabout. Are you aware of this, Heather?
I am not aware of that specific issue.
Okay. Apparently there's a very, very old, very, very cool tree, that would have to potentially be removed, and that is a showstopper for, perhaps even the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, I don't know. But just to put that on your radar, whatever plans that you would have would likely have to include, the prevention of cutting down that tree, which is on the northeast corner of the property that we would be looking at the roundabout. So we were talking about maybe doing a roundabout that would be a peanut shape or oblong. Yeah. Oval. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Oval, that's probably a better way. Is there any conceptualization of the construction of the shape that would address that?
I'm not familiar with that issue, so I mean, anything I can give you right now is really just my engineering
Yeah.
opinion on it. I have to check back in the office and see, you know, what the tree issue and how that line affects on and how we move forward with the project.
Okay. Were you aware of that, Trustee Bullard? The tree issue?
No, it's very, and
You know the tree.
probably from the original, but it probably had a problem, otherwise it would get cut when they were cleaning all the trees off the lot. So, it'd be nice to keep it, but, by the same token, trees don't look forever. They really don't.
Okay, so you might, in your meeting, you might want to consider that. Did you have any additional thoughts?
I got a couple of questions. We got a couple of crosswalks or a couple paths just west out there that come up to the right of way but don't cross. Is there anything that we need to do or can do or should do to facilitate that? Because it'd be good to tie all that together.
Yeah, I remember we had that discussion, I believe, early this year, or maybe it was late, about a year ago, maybe like November or so. I don't just remember on it. I think there was an REA that was generated by the township asking for as far as how do we connect these path stubs on, you know, the north and south sides. Cheshire Road, and I have to go back to that email. I think we came up with some specific points. Yeah, there's an opportunity for grant applications through the County Commissioner's Trail Grant Committee, and also I believe the Preservation Parks is currently available for specifically for path connections or ways that two paths can be connected or use across the road and install the proper, you know, signal, RFB or whatnot.
I don't know if these are 2 or 3 paths there. One of them looks like it went too low as far as the grade across the south side. That's just my opinion. Drive by. But it looks like it's down low where it should be to really make a reasonable crossing. And as far as the application to the county, that's something we apply to the commissioners or we apply to you, how do we do that?
There was an email that was sent out earlier this summer that dealt with, hey, here's these grant opportunities through the county commissioner's trail committee, and I honestly don't know what the deadline is. I didn't look that up for the meeting, but it's something that there's an application process in the township. So look into that.
Understand that. The second part of it was where that 45-mile-an-hour road, we probably gonna need flashing lights, to take care of that. Each one of those, Ross, there's some on the counter there. I wouldn't want to make the connection without having flashing lights on the road. So it all needs to be tied together.
That's correct.
Is that RA, some other way to?
Well,
That's okay.
okay, I think at this point, excuse me, I think at this point, if we have an RFA that's kind of out there from a year ago, I don't think there's a need to provide us with another RA. This is more like kind of follow-up questions based on the responses we provided. So, I can make some notes here and follow up about that at this point. But yes, there would need to be some sort of.
It's just the kind of thing we have. We made that. Once we get through the process, we'll be much easier.
Yeah.
First time through, just look at personnel.
Sure.
And then
Oh, yeah, makes perfect sense. And is the engineer's office, part of the stakeholders group for the ODOT grant that Parks and Trails Committee got awarded? Do you know?
Not the one we know.
Nothing that you're aware of. I'll forward you the email, it might be good to participate because it's a pretty substantive grant and it's primarily focused on Hyatt Road area and connecting, the communities with the schools, but I think there might be some good opportunity for overlap with county grants as well to kind of address some of those issues.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll forward it to you. All right, Hollenbeck and Hyatt.
Yeah, Hollenbeck, you Hollenbeck and Old State.
Oh, what's it?
Yeah, Hollenbeck and Old State. Where we are right now is that we're in the process of contracting with a specialist in right-of-way acquisition. So obviously that's a huge part of going is to file the right-of-way. We expect the right-of-way acquisition and subsequently the next step would be the utility relocation that starting next year. And countries now as well. So
What's the solution? Is it a roundabout?
it's turn lanes and traffic.
It's a traffic signal.
Turn lanes and traffic signal. We looked at roundabout, but it wasn't the best location for one from a traffic access standpoint. There isn't a lot of traffic on the east leg, and it just wasn't the best fit for there versus the signal.
With that as well, one of the concerns with that corner is that we've had a lot of development on the northwest corner, right, and they are increasingly walking down Hollenbeck Road. Obviously, we have a long-term solution for Hollenbeck, all the way up to Old State, but past Old State, down Hollenbeck to the marina, there's no walkability, and this safety issue has been discussed numerous times. So if there's a light, is there a plan for on one side or another to have the pedestrians be able to cross? You know, sometimes they do only two corners, for example. I don't care which two, but to have walkability out of the light across and keep going down Hollenbeck, whether it's the north side of Hollenbeck makes sense. And does the particular side of Hollenbeck, the other side of Old State, make sense to you with more north or south going down towards the marina?
if you look at the corner
Yeah.
there, and there isn't a lot of road frontage on either side. Down through there as you go down the road. The south side, I think, goes a little bit farther toward the park as far as being, privately owned land. And then the park comes out, on the north side, a little bit farther. When you get down to the park.
Right. Is there an area, is there a second that you think would make more sense? If they're building out this concept.
I don't think there's much more progress. I think it's whatever you put together. The lot on the south side is not a wide lot from the north to south. On the north side, it's plenty wide, it's probably 3 or 4 blocks. There's room between the house and the street and all of that sort of stuff.
Okay.
South side, there's a garage that's close to the street, and there's another building that's not too far from the hall back road too. And then as you go out, you got probably about the same number of houses on the north side as you do on the south side. It's not a lot different. It's not like one side's open and one side's not. It's a lot.
Yeah, right. Well, so maybe you could add that as for part of your planning,
I'll check and make sure it's on there.
Yeah.
Um,
one way or another. Or both. Okay. And Mr. Keating, did you have anything to add to any of these projects?
Yeah, Cheshire and Africa, there is 3 concept drawings, and I'm trying to find them before two. There's a peanut and 2 regular.
That's what I'm talking about. And I think that when we had that discussion, I've seen.
Peanut is preferred, 2 others that kind of encroach upon the Cheshire market. The Cheshire market is going to possibly rebuild. They're talking about that, so that might change their conception, but preferred as of the last time they had drawings out was peanut. And I'll find them and send them to you.
Yeah, I've seen them too, so I appreciate you bringing that to the fore. I thought I saw an oval.
There was 3, there's 2 that are less encroaching on the, because that's
Yes.
a problem because of all the delivery on the Cheshire roadside where the freezer is, and that's the problem with the different block with the roundabout and we have to wait for the entrances and exits with the curb. So Peanut was the one that was less intrusive, but I don't know where that stands as of now. That was a year ago they talked about it. The Oak Ford Road, I just forwarded you, or not, Cheshire Road, I just forwarded you the REA that Doug was talking about from December 5th, that talked about the 2 plans. One is doing one right up against the road, the culvert, filling in the ditch. The other one's going behind it, mine right away. So you have copies of that and the cost, and it does talk about
Mhm.
crosswalks having to be put in it, and price, rough estimate price for December 5th.
Mhm.
So that
Great,
is already.
thank you.
And to add to that, we need to come up with and Jesse and I were talking about potential drainage issues and fixing that, fixing the peanut, and doing all that sort of thing, and coordinating it, to pave it. And we got to kind of look at Cheshire and figure out what the overall plan is.
Yeah. And I think that walkability in that area is actually really needing to be addressed. I think it makes more sense to do at minimum a sidewalk on the south side of Cheshire. So you're coming down Cheshire Road and you come out at the market, sidewalk market, doctor's, vet's office, sidewalk, Sticky Fingers sidewalk. You know what I'm saying? There's more walkability. Right now, I walk Water's Edge to Sticky Fingers, and it was an experience, to say the least. So I think that there's definitely a high pedestrian traffic situation going on there right now. That maybe in addressing the roundabout, we can also tackle some of the walkability of that area as well. Make it a little bit more of the initial vision that you all had for the historic Cheshire small shop
And
area.
many years ago, before the 2 developments were put in, the Meadows of Cheshire, I forget the one on the southeast corner over there. They looked at putting a path, you know, from the Meadows to be able to get to Cheshire. And the one group didn't like it at that point in time, and now it's switched towards the other group. We don't want to walk through, there's actually the ability to put a walk through there, exists with easements and stuff like that, but it's not completed.
I think we need to explore
What?
that. I think we need to explore that at this point for safety issues.
From a safety issue would make things a lot better, and it would make it possible really to go, Harbor Point and Mills and Cheshire all the way through, everybody to get to Cheshire Market or Chicken Fingers or Water Edge or any of the places.
Very interesting, I didn't realize that. Do you know, can we review any material on that? That's probably from, if you're saying, Meadows Chester, early 90s?
Yeah, we could go back and look at the plans.
Yeah.
There's only a safety issues about the only thing. Because
Well, yeah,
really thrilled about doing it.
and I understand that. I mean, but, you know, similarly with Dale Ford, nobody was very thrilled about the path that was planned to go in.
Right.
And there's been, I would say, near total 180 on now all the residents love the path and love that they can go to the high school and the middle school and other neighborhoods. So sometimes it's a matter of, you know, using it and then putting it in and then seeing its usability in the community.
Understand. We can drag out the time and take a look.
Yeah, let's do that.
It's all on the plans overlaid on all that.
Right.
Just you
I
guys.
just forwarded you the 25-26 construction planner from the county engineer's office that talks about roundabout in Cheshire.
Okay, great. Excellent. Yeah, this is what I saw before. This is what I saw. No. I saw a PowerPoint.
There's a PowerPoint that had 3 different ones.
Yeah.
This one on here talks about 4 roundabouts going all the way down the road.
Yeah.
And it says there, as it sits right down the list, least intrusive is a peanut for starting next year.
Mhm.
But of course, that's up to Army. That's the latest update.
And the optimism of the engineer's office.
Hey Doug. When,
Yes.
when you start that project, will you close that intersection completely?
That is the plan, chief, yes.
It's gonna create a big problem for me.
Why?
We can't, that's the only way we got to get across the lake. That cuts off half my township.
So that's something we can discuss.
Yeah, it's something we're gonna need to plan for moving forward. So as those conversations continue, can you loop me in when they, I guess when they get to a point where you're like, we're gonna do this. Loop me into the conversation so we can make some sort of either temporary quarters on that side of the lake for however long it's gonna be closed, or some sort of ability to get through the construction or whatever's necessary, because that is all we have across that lake. So, mutual aid's an answer, but they're not super close either, so that will,
Right.
you know, create a big problem for us.
Yep.
So,
Great point, chief.
I've been thinking about that since we started talking about it. We're gonna get it.
Great.
I have one last question.
Yeah.
Doug,
Yeah.
and we got a email from one of the residents complaining about the noise from the railroad.
Mhm.
Wanted us to, somehow institute quiet zone on the railroad. For Shannon, East Blow, Cheshire, and Berlin Station. Have you got any thoughts on that, or is that possible to do?
Well,
Give us any.
we've had this,
I can take that one. I can address it. Doug, we had conversations last week. Doug and I talked last week, and we did have someone reach out who was not a township resident, but lives in proximity to some of our crossings. And we, as the township, cannot make application to apply for a quiet zone, but we could fund it. However, at this time, based on some of the issues that it presents, including creating some liability and potentially making it less safe for some of the upgrades that would occur, we've decided at this time, I'm not recommending that the board pursue any further action.
Okay.
Well, and one component, if I read correctly, was even in the quiet zone, the conductor has the right to blow the whistle at any time.
Yes.
So if it still remains completely at their discretion, the quiet zone may still not be so quiet.
And given that we have 4 crossings, it could be millions of dollars and they could still hear the train horn sounding. So it may not really have any impact.
Well, and sometime in the near future, we're gonna have 3 crossings,
Yes.
so that'll make things a little.
Oh, yeah, that's a great point. We'll only have 3 crossings, that might alleviate the issue. Yeah,
And I've got friends that, and I've lived close to railroad tracks. After a little while, you get to really hear, you don't even know they're there.
anything that we missed on that conversation, Doug?
No, that's accurately what we should.
Okay.
Excellent. Trustee Buller, did you have anything else? Chief, Mr. Keenan, did you guys have anything else? Okay. Thank you, Doug. Really appreciate your time. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
All right, we will be moving on now to the fire department. Pete, you want to walk us through the requisition?
Ma'am, thank you. I have a number of requisitions on the agenda tonight. The first being 2025-063 to NRS for 5 Ascent Search and Rescue GTX dry suits. Our dry suits, which are the cold weather suits that our personnel enter the water in the cooler months. Do not keep them so dry any longer. The rubber areas around the neck and the wrists and the ankles are starting to dry rot. Over time they do that. So we're recommending a replacement of 5 of those suits at a total of $6,475.
So moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion, please call roll.
Yeah.
Yes.
The second requisition I have is 2025-064 Bazoo Communications through Delcom. It'll be for 3 portable radios and 1 mobile radio, totaling $16,034.22. This is continuing upgrades of our portable radios and additional mobile radio for the Durango. We do not have an additional mobile radio with the station for the new vehicle that's coming.
Will these be marked compatible?
Yeah, all our radios will be marked.
Okay.
They'll be on the Delaware County system, but marked.
Move to approve requisition 2025-064 for appropriation of the amount of $19,241.06, with the expected amount being $16,034.22 for Vasco communication related to communications.
Okay.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Please call roll. Yes.
Yes.
The next one I have is 2025-065, which is to Spend the Day Marina for completed repairs to boat 392. As you know, that boat was out of service a couple of weeks ago, and this is just a requisition for the repairs that were made. The purchase has already been put on the credit card.
So moved.
So,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Buller. Discussion. Please call roll. Yes.
Next one I have will be 2025-066. Be a reimbursement to firefighter Justin Kennel for his attendance at a Fire Nuggets Engine Company operations class located out of state in a total of $397.90.
So moved.
second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Buller. Discussion. Please call roll. Yes.
Yeah.
2025-067 to Curtis Tools for Heroes for several rescue mannequins, to include a water rescue mannequin, 2 adult one adult rescue Randy, one child rescue Randy, and a thermal imaging vest for those dolls. With a total including shipping of $5,584.40. We currently do not own a water rescue mannequin at all. I thought that would be a great addition since we're going to be putting that swim class on, and also our fire mannequin, Rescue Randy, that's the name of it, is in pretty sad shape, so it's just time for some replacements.
Move to approve requisition 2025-067 to Curtis Tools for Heroes for the amount of $5,584.40. For a total amount for the purposes of water training. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Please call roll. Trustee Bowler.
Yeah.
Yes.
2025-068 to JMR Plumbing for plumbing services that have already been completed. We had some drains cleaned out. Ironically, Mr. Bullard, after you asked me at the last meeting if the smell had returned, and I said absolutely it had not. It did. So we had them come in and clean the drains out, and it has remedied the situation. So that has solved our problem, at least at this point. So, but that is for $580 to JMR.
So moved.
So,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Please call roll. Yes.
yeah.
2025-069 be to Amazon for candy for our Halloween events. The fire department attends a number of touch trucks, a number of trunk or treats, and of course our trick or treat and our open house will provide candy to the community at those events. So this will be for the amount of $500 for candy for all those events for public consumption.
So moved. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion.
What will happen to the extra candy?
There probably will be no extra candy. I don't know how many pounds this is, but we attend. Last year, we had to purchase extra candy a couple of different times. So we attend trunk or treats at all the elementary schools. We attend, obviously, the trick or treat around the community, and then usually whatever's left over, we do stuff at the open house as well. So
Just
whatever.
didn't want to get into a situation where the staff end up working off.
Oh, no. Hopefully they won't have to. Now, I can't say there won't be any public consumption by our people, but I understand exactly what you mean, sir.
Please call roll. Trustee Bowler.
Yeah.
Yes.
2025-070, another requisition to JMR Plumbing. This will be for a recirculation pump for our water heaters. It takes an inordinate amount of time to get hot water from the location of the water heaters back to the building to the front of the building where the showers are, the restrooms are, the kitchen is, that sort of thing. So this will solve that problem. These should have been put on, this pump should have been put on with the water heaters when they installed them earlier this year, and it just got overlooked. So we're going to have it now. In the amount of $924 with an anticipated cost of $770.
So moved. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. So real quick, you're saying it should have been installed when the other.
Yeah.
But it was not included.
It wasn't included. No.
Okay,
It should have been added to that quote, but it got overlooked. And
Sure.
So they're
Okay, so this is an addition.
yeah, it would have been an addition either way.
Yeah.
Should have been done then. But
Exactly. Thank you. Please call roll. Trustee Graham? Yes. Trustee Bowler?
2025-071 will be regular spending in the amount of $1,254.83 with the specifics attached.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion.
The 2025, the boat repairs.
Yes, sir.
Those were paid for with a credit.
Yeah.
And this is a list of things that are on the credit card, but these doesn't include that.
I
was just kind of curious,
I didn't put it on there because it was getting a requisition.
This is non-requisition.
This is non-requisition spending.
okay,
So I didn't include that expenditure on the credit card on here because it was getting its own requisition.
okay.
I thought that might create a little bit more confusion if it was on there, so.
Great, great explanation. Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Grant?
Yes.
And last but certainly not least, 2025-072 to Amazon for 4 new office chairs, totaling $783.60. Our chairs in our offices are starting to deteriorate pretty significantly, so I'd like to purchase 4 new ones.
So moved. Moved by Chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. Where's this coming from?
Amazon. We used to get them at Staples, but close to Staples is a long ways away. I think they're actually closed altogether.
There's one on Kenny, so.
Quite a ways away. I can have them delivered to the station, not somebody else.
Like, compared to my chair, reasonably priced.
Yeah, we're not. We're not.
What happens to the old?
They'll probably make their way either to the dumpster or out to the bays if they're still somewhat suitable. A lot of times we've got some older chairs out in the bays. The guys like to sit in the bays and chit chat and whatnot. So the good ones will make their way out there, and the other ones will disappear once I get them removed from the inventory, of course.
Thank you. Further discussion, please call roll. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that concludes our requisition. Moving on to firefighter probation completion.
Firefighter Andrew Crooks will complete his probation on September 29th, 2025. He's done a great job for us this year. He's beginning to step up into the role of an out-of-class firefighter. He leads the crew. He takes care of his shift when Captain Shaw is in the office doing his office work. He's training the newer firefighters. He's done a great job. So I would recommend that he be removed from his probation effective at 0800 on October 1st, which is his first shift following the September 29th date, and move to step 2 firefighter with his new rate being $20.24.
So moved. Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. It's really great to hear, as you note here, that he is doing a full exemplary job during his probationary period. And we look forward to what he'll do next.
He's been a great addition to the department.
Wonderful. Further discussion? Please call roll.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, that brings us to credit card approvals for Assistant Fire Chief and Fire Inspector.
In talking with Paula, we would like to authorize for the board to consider authorization for Todd Majors and Brandon Conley to have credit cards, as they will regularly be making purchases in the department.
And that seems reasonable, right? Is there a expenditure amount limit that we would like to ensure is in place with regards to the
I
credit
need to discuss that, because right now we only have $8,000 total. So I think we're gonna need to up that limit.
card? Okay. What do you think?
What do you guys think?
I think it needs to be tied with the purchasing policy.
Yeah,
I
we
would
can, my intent is to bring forward policy next meeting, so we can do that then. And then we can have different thresholds for super managers versus staff.
Super managers, I like the name.
I was gonna say supervisors.
Super manager now.
I'm buying it.
Right.
Where there's 2 cemeteries.
Right, well,
And
and the
I
other,
got $2,000 limit for my overall.
Yeah.
and then the other question that I would have, and we would lean on you guys' expertise to really get a forward recommendation is, when was the last time that we increased that limit in general?
Yeah.
So, maybe just given their needs, their demands, we need to have a overall pool increase as well as a distribution of responsible areas. In the meantime, we could get their names on the card and set a limit, which we've historically done at what, 500 or 1,000?
It's 1,000 seems reasonable.
Soon you will see a David Rubin handing.
And we did the resolution to remove the prior these names already. Those are. We removed them a couple meetings ago.
Yes.
And then the question I got is, $8,000 was, seems like a lot without a requisition.
Well, it's not 8,000.
So
It's not per purchase, it's for the month.
8,000 is the account limit of the township for all of the credit cards. So no one person can spend 8,000.
I understand that.
So to me, that's for a township of, given our operation, we're not all meeting those limits every month. So I don't feel that that's unreasonable, but we can look at it certainly. Paul has been digging into it a little bit more, so we can certainly bring
And
back.
and I'm not saying that we shouldn't increase it, but it's just that we, for a long time, ran along $8,000, more than enough.
Yep.
Never bumped the limit, and suddenly we bumped the limit. Created a problem, and so trying to get to the question of why and what's going on.
Each credit card is 2,000, we have 4 credit cards. So the more people we ask, the limit is going to go down. So that's why we're at, each credit card can do 2,000.
This will give us about 3 weeks to fine tune the policy.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we can look at that.
And it also makes sense to have the limit be there.
Yeah.
High enough so that we don't have to have special meetings to. So I'd just like to make sure that 8,000 is either the right number or the wrong number.
And
That's what it's-
part of what might help with that is we were trying to bake into the policy to give the administrator more authority to approve purchases under a certain threshold. And so it would eliminate the need to constantly be putting it on credit cards just to get it through quickly and rather than waiting 2 weeks between meetings. So if we do that, then we may not need to increase the limits quite as much because we'll be able to do things through purchase orders more quickly rather than waiting for every item to come through as a requisition.
Right. I mean, that makes sense to me. It just seems like that's where, given the growth, that we really need to be able to have that kind of latitude, to run more efficiently. It's really an efficiency thing to me.
Yeah.
And if we get the fuel tank on board.
Yeah, yeah,
So I just like to understand what's going on.
yeah, I agree. Okay, so, it was Todd Majors and Brandon Conley. Move to approve, appropriation of $1,000 and, credit card authority, to be provided to Todd, Majors and Brandon Conley for the purposes of fire department needs.
Sorry.
Thank you. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Buller. Discussion, please call roll. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, anything else for fire?
One last item.
Yes.
Just authorization requesting board approve the chief and or administrator to sign documents related to the purchase of the new Durango. It will be ready for pickup next week and based on maybe
This week.
This week.
Yep.
And based on my schedule, I'm not sure that I will be able to go. It is in Northeast Ohio. And so authorization for the chief to be able to execute those.
Are you okay with that? It would be signing the necessary documents to accept the Durango.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I do have a question though.
What's your question?
Well, the question is, what do we do with the is there anything that we're getting rid of? Nothing?
No, this is an additional vehicle. This one is a particular additional vehicle, yes.
And this is one that will be primarily used by the
Assistant chief.
assistant chief, yes. Okay.
This was the one approved last time. The board signed off, but then we realized that when we have to go pick it up, somebody's gotta have authorization.
Yeah, to accept it, okay. Are you comfortable with that? Move to, appoint, Chief Taylor signing authority to accept, all necessary documentation related to the Dodge Durango to be utilized by the assistant chief.
So,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Buller. Discussion. I thought you guys were gonna give us some decaling,
I have not got anything back from them yet.
and it's white,
The vehicle is white.
so base to start from.
When I have something, we'll share.
Sounds great. Any other discussion? Please call roll. Buller?
Yeah.
Yes. Anything else for fire?
You're done.
I did see one email come through. I don't know if we wanted to have it as a late item from, Fire Inspector Conley related to the open house. There was a question of if the board intended to attend, which presumably the answer is yes, because we've gone every year, I believe, to this event. And then also if we intended to purchase hot dogs this year. If I'm recalling the order of operations correctly,
I believe it's my turn.
yes. Okay. We both remember the same. But do we want to continue that habit of having one trustee procure the necessary hot dog and materials?
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
For another year, it should, not a problem.
All right, and this would include
Those
mustard.
should be a popular
They do, and make sure you get the beef too.
Mhm.
Because one year you got,
item. No, I never got anything.
okay, it must have been O'Brien. I'll be skipping over the hot.
We got the green hot dogs done.
The buns, and then the fire department, Inspector Crowley had a question about, what materials we would want you all to provide. I think historically, you all have provided napkins, and some container in which the bun and hot dog take place.
The proverbial hot dog paper.
Yes, yes, and I believe you should still have plenty of those.
I imagine we do somewhere
We've been
else.
working on those for a number of years now, but in the event that you don't, we prefer that over the paper plate situation. Plate situation. Okay,
I'm okay with it. I'll make sure we've got, and the number I'm gonna use is like 150. That's more than enough.
yeah, I think last year we were at 100 and we got pretty close after using them all that year. So,
I think 150 we did between all this.
Something.
150?
160.
Yeah, I think that sounds good. Okay, would you like me to respond to Conley or,
You're welcome to if you'd like, or I can take care of it tomorrow.
that'd be great if you could.
Okay, here.
And please share that we're looking forward to it.
Yep.
And I think we're moving inside.
We've got the grill set up for you, cleaned and ready to go. It's all been re-seasoned and it is ready to go. So starting to clean and get prepped. We're less than a month out, so it is October 19th is the date. So, for the public out there.
Yeah, do you have, the 19th, what, from 1 to 3?
1 to 3, yep.
We have also done a project for the last 3 years working with the teacher at Berlin High School social studies class. And they have, I think last year there were close to 30 high school students that came to the event. And the trustees give a little, it's supposed to be interactive. At some points, it became a little bit of a lecture. We're going to try to work on that. A little more Q&A forum this year about township governance and have some, Q&A with them and kind of test their knowledge. And it's been very successful. And I'm told that the class this year is very excited about the event.
Welcome with open arms.
Wonderful. Thank you.
It's a great event, so we're looking forward to it.
Wonderful. Thank you. Anything that you need from us?
At this point, no. I'm sure there'll be maybe a requisition or two at the next meeting for items that we're going to need to take care of. That'll be about all I need with support. Whatever requisitions are going to come through for that. I think we're planning a couple of different things. Our Sparky head is currently in Marion at a costume shop getting cleaned and repaired.
You mean Sparky is currently at a pet store.
Exactly. You're correct. He's getting groomed and
We're ready for action.
Ready for action.
Okay.
Sparky is very excited to be a part of that.
That, we're looking forward to the appearance, for certain. And then everything for the newsletter is squared away for fire?
I believe so.
Wonderful.
Turn my articles in, and
It is in your.
my English teacher took care of it for me, so.
It is in your inbox for review.
Do we have any graphics for fire this time?
We have the logo. We have tomorrow to tweak it. So
Okay.
we need to.
I usually like a little infographic on the, whatever the event is coming up, because we kind of do the whole newsletter around whatever the event
Does
is.
anybody have the image from, are there any
Last year?
pictures from last year?
Yes, I'm sure there are.
If you can
Oh.
shoot me a couple, we can use those.
One other thing for the open house, that is the day we was swearing assistant chief meeting.
Oh, right, yes,
So
okay,
it started earlier that week. And
wonderful,
we'll swear him in.
okay, great. Okay, fantastic. What time?
Clock, right when we begin, open it up, and then we'll do the swearing in, kind of like we do here.
Yeah.
Kick off the event.
Okay, and would you like to swear him in, or would you like?
I'm unable to do so.
Oh, right, yeah, that's right,
Has to be an elected official.
yes. Oh, I will serve them.
Or chair. I think that's the direction we kind of want.
I'd like to keep it with the chair.
Yes, you agree.
Okay.
Be very easy.
Yeah.
It's just easy and consistent that way.
Perfect.
Are you okay?
No,
Okay, wonderful. We'll look forward to that event. Okay, that's all for fire, it sounds like.
Okay, time for roads and cemetery.
Roads and cemetery department.
First item is, a certified position, Mike's Trucking, 200 tons of 304, $20 each, $4,400. Requisition number R 0901, make a motion to approve that. And the amount of $4,400. So,
Second, moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by the discussion. Call roll. Yes.
yes. Second item is, the which will be, non-represented, in the amount of $5,554.98, posted on the attachment to requisition, which I approve, R-09-03, $554.98.
Second, moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair, discussion. Please call roll. Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee Brown. Yes.
Okay, that is a ditch petition hearing. A resolution, and this resolution corrects a problem that we have is actually putting a limit on when I'm trying to form a company.
If I may, this was a resolution passed on September 8th that had a date specific. However, the hearings are not concluded and the commissioners are unable to allow director to speak without it being updated. And so I removed the date specific and made it specific to the being evergreen hearings, so that if there are 2 or 3 or 4 more, we don't have to do this each time.
Excellent. That sounds great. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I do have, and I've got a comment. I want to add a point, and there's 3 points in the resolution, I want to make the 4th one, which sunsets this one at December 31, 2026. So that
Should be enough time.
it did. Well, we can always redo it, make another one, all that sort of thing.
Great, yeah,
Well, what-
go ahead and add that to the resolution that before you bring it forward, and then you can. Sorry.
We already do resolution.
It was-
We have to rescind it.
It was a resolution for a hearing that already occurred. So this is a new one, and that hearing already.
Good question. Good clarification.
So this is in addition to.
Okay.
Okay.
And then what resolution number are we?
25.
Today's date is 9/22 dash 25, resolution number.
Yeah, 9. Yeah. 38.
Dash, Bill,
38.
38. Okay, so date, 9/22/25, resolution 25-09-38, in the matter of appointing Berlin Township Roads Director, deputy to appear to speak on behalf of the Board of Berlin Township Trustees at public hearing on the Evergreen Cemetery Drainage Improvement Ditch Project. Or, trustees of Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio, regular session on the 22nd day of September 2025, Berlin Township Hall, with the following members present, which will be trustee Rail, myself, and trustee Bullard move for the adoption of the following resolution. I wasn't going to read that, so moved.
Second, moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair. Discussion. And of note, from the original version of the resolution, trustee Bullard has added a final point for the expiration of 12/31/2026 to the original copy of the resolution to be passed this evening.
Correct.
Further discussion, please call roll.
Trustee Rare.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes. Just a second here, and get this,
When they get done signing, I have to fill in the copy to send to Jennifer, Commissioner's office.
Right.
We don't have to write that, sometime.
I'll be it.
And I think I need to sign it too. Thank you.
these are ones that I
Oh.
Okay, next item.
Thank you.
Next item is roads laborer two appointment. And with that, it's, resolution 9-20.
25-9-39.
25-9. Okay, resolution appointing Adam Ricketts, roads laborer two, whereas Berlin Township Board of Trustees is the position of full-time roads laborer two, and whereas Township is complete qualifications of individuals seeking the position determined to appoint the applicant. The board finds most qualified, now therefore be it resolved. Township of Trustees of Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio, the board, that the board hereby appoints Adam Rankle as roads laborer two beginning October 6th, subject to the following terms and conditions. So,
Second, moved by the chair, or moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Administrator Hale or Director Peden, do you have anything additional to add to this recommendation?
We are looking forward to welcoming Mr. Rankle to the staff. He has a couple of decades of public sector service experience, so I think he will be a great addition.
Wonderful. Any additional items, Director Peden? Excellent. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard.
yes.
Trustee.
Yes. Okay, and here's a copy of this for you.
Okay, and then next on the agenda is cemetery sexton vacancy. And the first item is
The first would be the resolution.
resolution 25-09-40.
Yeah.
Resolution terminating appointment of Hannah Jones, whereas Berlin Township previously appointed and employed Hannah Young as part-time cemetery sexton, whereas the board of trustees find this employee is also fulfill their job duties where township has abandoned the job, and whereas the board of trustees desires to separate the employee's employment effective immediately. Resolution now therefore be resolved by the board of trustees of Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio, that the employment of Hannah Young is hereby terminated effective immediately for township policy 10-10.01 and due to job abandonment. Be it further resolved, the township administrator will notify the employee of the removal and will direct the return of township property and equipment to the township and return of any number of personal belongings left at the office to her. Be it further resolved, the fiscal officer will direct all post-employment notices and information to the employee. Be it further resolved that this action and all deliberation on this matter were conducted and taken in open meetings in compliance with the Ohio Revised Code section 121.22. This resolution shall take effect and be enforced from the date of its adoption. So moved.
Second, moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Graham.
Yes.
Trustee Bull.
Yes. Next item is Sweeney Road, or no, hold on, recruitment. Need to do anything on that?
Please declare the position is vacant and give me authorization to post for it.
Move to declare the part-time cemetery sexton at Evergreen position vacant and appropriate $500 for the purposes of advertisement, authorizing administrative mail to advertise.
Sorry.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Bull.
Yes.
Trustee Graham.
Yes.
Okay, next item is the Sweeney Road weight limit reductions. The county has put out a request for roads to be determined that we should provide them a list of roads to be, have weight limit reductions through the winter. Typically in the past, we've not done that. We would like to try it, and for Sweeney Road this year, the Sweeney Road is, not standing up well to where we're at. We just did an emergency repair as part of the county, road improvement program. And that was put in place, but there's another spot that's opened up on the road. And we're going to need to do a emergency repair to repair that roadway.
Okay.
The question is, we would like to do it as quickly as possible, just to get it in place. Probably use our own contractors to do that repair. And we need to authorize someone, I believe, to make something like that happen. We have
I haven't got a number yet, so I'm waiting on, I want to see if I can get asphalt cheaper than county bid.
would it make sense to authorize,
Unless you just want to do a blanket.
say, $10,000?
Well, that's more than enough.
Or-
That's plenty. I'm not, I don't want to go 5 or 6, yeah.
Be spent by, the administrator and herself, appropriately to repair that road and not to exceed them all. Or exceed them, or need to have either a special meeting or pick it up at the next meeting.
Yeah.
So, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, with that, I make a motion that we authorize an emergency expenditure of up to $10,000, not to exceed, but up to $10,000 for repair of, emergency, of the road surface on Sweeney Road. So moved.
Friendly amendment.
Wait to be administered by the township administrator and, the appointment with the road superintendent.
Second, moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee Rowe. Discussion. As far as lowering the weight limit for the season, would that entail putting up signage? What would that look like?
So the county sends out an open invitation every year, and then they will post the roads for the freestyle cycle, which is February 1st to May 1st. The reason a lot of people don't do it is you have to get the sheriff to enforce it, for the only ones that can write tickets. We don't receive any of the ticket money if they catch someone on the road, and we don't get any of the funds because they can buy a sticker and put on that exempts them from the weight reduction. So they don't get any of the money from that. We don't receive any of the money from that either. We don't see anything. It's still our regular fix if the county gets the funds, but at least if the signs are up, maybe it'll deter people. Because I think our biggest problem right now is all these dump trucks. The point was closed. and everyone's trying to figure out an easy way to get around the point.
Mhm.
And with that being gone, maybe it'll not be as bad, but also Kroger's trucks.
Mm.
Because they get pointed going in the back way, and it's
Right.
been an issue there.
Right.
And we can put the posted signs at both the north and south end of the road. The road's completely in the township, so we don't involve any other jurisdictions in posting it. And thirdly, the limit will probably only apply to people that are the truck drivers that are from the Kroger distribution center that get lost. Everybody else gets their own waivers and the garbage truck and all that sort of stuff. So
I thought the very edge of Sweeney was technically railroad property.
Actually, all of Sweeney's railroad property, the very edge is actually ODOT property, where the curb is.
Yeah.
That's ODOT, actually an ODOT right away until the back of the curb. And the rest of it is all on railroad. It's one of those things where we need to decide how we're going to do this in the future, but I don't think it's a topic for today. Because that's why we haven't put a bunch of money into it, because technically it's not our road.
we do not have right of way for the road. What we have, according to the prosecutor, is prescriptive right of way, which allows us to repair and maintain the road. That's as much as we've got.
I feel like we had a similar discussion on this a few years back, but couldn't we, appeal for adverse possession since the township has maintained it more than 30 years? Adverse possession.
That's a legal question, which I'm not qualified to answer, but it's basically the railroads have the ability to do whatever they
Well, of course, but
want. And so
if we've reached out to the railroad numerous times, they've never responded, they've never maintained, they've never communicated. And I don't remember what the exact limit is after adverse possession. I thought it was like 25 years or something like that. And we meet that threshold. Because I have a little bit of an issue with having all the responsibility for something and none of the authority for
We can talk to the prosecutor's office about it. We can inquire.
it. Yeah, that'd be great. In the meantime, let's add it to this list for the winter, but it sounds a little bit perfunctory to me because we have no ability to enforce and we're not gonna do anything and we don't get any of the proceeds from this.
I'm just using the signs as
Yeah,
like a lot. Keep a good,
definitely,
honest person honest.
yes,
there's
and that's what it,
there's minimal benefit to us to post the road, but in this case, it might be,
to procrastination.
so in this particular case, the other roads, there are other roads that would make sense to post if there was some reason to post them, but everybody gets the waivers and they can drive down the road with the waiver, wait and see the roads are posted.
Yes,
So it's only the strangers that are driving through and the people who come through.
that makes sense. Okay, so do I have a motion?
With that, I would like to make a motion that we include Sweeney Road in the county road posting for 2026.
Second,
We got to sign paper.
you want to authorize, you authorize administrator?
Yes, and authorized administrator and road supervisor to apply with all signatures and paperwork necessary.
Friendly amendment seconded by, moved by trustee Lord, seconded by the chair. Any further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Brick,
Yes.
trustee Paul,
Yeah.
Okay, anything else with road?
One thing is more of an informal. For the organization meeting, October 6th is the road tour, if you guys are still wanting to.
Trustee Buller, did you have an opinion?
Probably rule out this time.
What day is that?
The
Monday?
6th,
At what time?
I think it's noon, 9.
It is at 9 o'clock.
Doug's coming for sure, because there's some things I want to talk about for next year's program. And then if you guys can't make it, I can relate to you.
I would
Later.
come to the tent.
I think Administrator Hale could attend in our stead. That sound good?
That was my expectation. It should be done with or without us.
Is there any points of concern or anything from a trustee perspective they want us to look into while we're doing this?
If you want to shoot those to me, we can take note of them. You
Yes.
have until
Yes.
this fixed at 8:59 a.m.
Yeah, I will thoughtfully consider that. My big thing is, the roads where we cannot necessarily build out walkability. What could we potentially do? Like, for example, Lackey Old State. If you look at what happened with Cheshire, they extended the berm out 5 feet, so there isn't a path, but there's still, it improved the safety conditions for the biking along the road where we're not gonna put in a path, where there's no foreseeable future for a path. So maybe thinking through that with the county would be good. I think they have planned an upgrade to Lackey Old State, as well, but like being intentional about not just drivability, but walkability, I think is the main overarching. But I can also send specifics.
Okay.
Okay. Great.
I've got a question before we move on.
Okay.
Administrator Hale, do we have a possible executive session pending or imminent litigation?
Yes.
Do we have a time set for that?
We do not. I was planning to do so after the hearing at 8 p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
I was just curious on timing.
I wasn't sure exactly when the hearing would conclude, so we just have it on the agenda.
Gotcha.
Okay, we have, moving the zoning department, thank you. Stephen. Assistant zoning inspector transition and recruitment.
Yes, so we did receive Jerry Valentine's resignation as assistant zoning inspector. So first would be to accept that resignation.
Move to accept with regret the resignation of Assistant Zoning Inspector Jerry Valentine for the anticipated last day of 9/26/2025.
It's with great sadness that I second that motion.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Mr. Valentine has been a vital lifeblood in zoning for many, many years in our township, and we do wish him well and hope to continue in some capacity in the future. Any further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Buller.
Yes.
Trustee Garrett.
Yes. And then how much money?
As part of, so as part of the transition, first would be designating, giving Orange Township the authority to sign permits.
And that's okay?
I believe Philip can
Yeah.
sign, yes.
Okay. Do I have to give Philip specifically signatory authority, or can I give Orange?
In discussing with Jen, it was my understanding that you can provide the organization the authority. Should Philip be out sick, then, Director Duffy would be able to sign in on his behalf.
Which makes sense, because that's how it works in the department. Okay, and then,
the recruitment would be to will recall when Mr. Kaler left that you accepted the resignation, but at that time, we decided not to move forward with the recruitment. I would request that we declare that position, the zoning inspector position, as vacant and recruit for that, because we would be recruiting for zoning director and zoning inspector. We've already filled zoning secretary, so we would likely conclude at that point, get fully staffed, settle in, and then determine if there would be any additional staffing that would be needed. But I'm not anticipating that at this point.
okay. Okay, move to, appoint Orange Township Zoning Department with the responsibility of approval of zoning permits effective 9/27/2026.
Including their contract. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that that's all part of.
It would say for the duration of our agreement.
For the duration of our agreement. Amendment.
So,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion? Please call roll. Yes.
yes,
Move to declare the zoning inspector position vacant and appropriate $500 to, for the purpose of recruitment for that position, authorizing administrator Hale to execute all associated documents related there.
I will second that for discussion.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion.
In the first item, we talked about the assistant zoning inspector position and recruitment. And the second item is the zoning inspector recruitment. Are we recruiting for both?
We're not recruiting for both. Instead of recruiting for assistant zoning inspector, I wanted to talk about the future of that. At this time, we're not going to recruit for that. We will instead recruit for zoning inspector, which requires a separate declaring vacant and allowing us to do that. Because we're currently advertising for zoning director, then we'll have zoning director, zoning inspector, and zoning secretary.
Gotcha. No problem.
And perhaps when we get on boarded with the zoning inspector and or director, we can talk about, maybe it's not one part-time position of assistant zoning inspector, but maybe we have a part-time zoning compliance person or part-time, look at the functions of what is needed for zoning, because I think one of the major items that has come up is that the zoning inspector's scope is so wide that it fills up very fast and can become overwhelming. So we'll look forward to your recommendation with the director or zoning inspector moving forward.
Looking forward to getting the most staff.
Okay, please go roll.
Trustee Bowler.
Yes.
Trustee Bear.
Yes. And so for clarification, this time we're not recruiting for the assistant zoning inspector. Okay, next item on the agenda is to receive the BZC recommendation on case 25-001. This was a interesting cover for this case. Okay, and so we have here. All right, just to confirm, Paula, I think that this is that one? Yeah. Go ahead. You don't have that one?
No, she will.
Okay.
So, because this, binder has a number of loose leaf, papers as well as the binded packet, I'm gonna call, the binder all of the following: what is included in the binded material. Also, I don't know what this is, a picture from a ride car, a picture of Oxford, a picture. How about this? Loosely pictures of surrounding area property uses. And also as part of this packet is the Tuesday, September 9th BZC meeting minutes as well.
And those are draft to be approved.
These are, okay, thank you. Good clarification. The draft of the BZC meeting minutes from September 9th, which means that once we get the official copy, that we will add it as an exhibit into the future. And this does not have the label of BZC case 20, 5. Yeah, it does not have it labeled. So,
And it's not on the application either. But it is in the Board of Township Zoning Commission special meeting zoning hearing Tuesday, September 9th, 2025, 6 P.M. You can find it down in the middle of the
okay, thank you for that
Which
clarification.
is, it's not a very clearly defined.
So I'm gonna mark online the PZC case number here, and wherever your company is, you might wanna have that specified as well.
My understanding was there wasn't a copy for you, so.
Okay. It's probably that.
We need to receive the exhibits at some point.
Well, yeah, so that was clarifying, I'm gonna count all this as one exhibit.
Okay.
In those 3 portions, so I was just clarifying that. Move to accept the binder for BZC case 25-001, and receive the recommendation as provided by the Shoreline Zoning Commission.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes. Nodding his head is a non-verbal yes. And then we need to set the date. Since we've received it tonight, we have 30 days. Administrator Hale, do you have any recommendation?
The next trustee meeting would be October 13th.
Okay.
We will get the October 13th or 27th is past 30 days.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So October 13th, and based on the rate at which we are going tonight, I'm gonna be optimistic and say maybe a 7:30.
I'm in. Let's go. Okay. Move to set the date, time, place certain for a hearing of BZC case 25-001 to October 13th at 7:30 p.m. Located at 3271 Cheshire Road.
Sorry.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Bowler?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, we have we have received the binder as exhibit 1. We have set the hearing date for the BZC case. And that is all we have for zoning. Anything else for zoning?
If you can't get a copy of
We'll make sure.
very pages to them. So they can electronic copy too.
Okay.
So should have it. Just want to make sure that we got it. We need to have it.
And perfect timing because we are on to the fiscal officer items. Payment list, checks dated September 17th, 2025. September.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
No problem.
We have electronic 346 to 365 for a total of $902.03. And then we have warrant 33045 to 33071 for a total of $106,000, $822.05.
Make a motion to approve, payment of all of those listed.
Second.
So
Could I see the, oh, I think that's you. Where's it in here?
I have to get the credit card.
I do not have that.
Can I do that, please?
Sure. So we had,
I think we have the motion on the table, did we vote? He brought it forward, I seconded, we reviewed for discussion, ready for the roll? Yes.
trustee Gold.
Yes.
Okay. And then the credit card, we had, I didn't put a copy. Okay, we had, it was $408.98. We had, operating supplies, gas and diesel, $443. We had purchase services for the fire department, which was $9.99. We had purchase services for training for the fire department for $1,206. We had an office chair for admin, $299.99. Office supplies admin, $81. Another office supplies for business cards was $20.39. Purchase services for, well, this was for like a software program, $212.50. Supplies and materials postage was $135.70 for zoning. Shoes for the road department was $400. Posting the roads labor job was $750. Road supplies was $146.89. Diesel fuel, for roads was $280.15. And fire supplies was $47.56. And road department gas was $511.50.
Wonderful.
I don't know if that's.
No, I think that's wonderful.
Okay.
I don't recall hearing about shoes for the roads. Was that for all the roads or was that for?
Trustee
That's in
and.
the organizational minutes, it's the annual amounts that they're,
Permitted, yeah.
I can tell you.
It wasn't for like the department, it wasn't for like.
yes, I believe it was.
And all the
yes,
receipts.
Okay, great.
Receipts are back.
Okay, yes. Just looking how to define this. Make a motion that we approve repayment vouchers that define,
Credit card?
page 922-25, all payment vouchers. But it doesn't have numbers for them.
Yeah, that's the first credit. Just-
These are electronic, right?
Yeah.
It's electronic transfer payment in the amount of $4,954.29.
Second, moved by trustee board, second by chair. So discussion, we already approved this
Yeah.
through a different means, right? Yeah, for the
So
requisitions.
next time, the requisitions will go away
And you'll see that.
and you will have just.
Got it. So
Right now, we overlap
That's fine.
because of
no problem.
it still being new. And
Yeah.
so we have, they've got monthly, so the little bit of the challenge, and both directors expressed this to me, is that they currently on their spreadsheets, they have credit card spending. They also have account spending through Menards, Amazon.
Right.
And so I guess I would look to you to determine, can we eliminate the spreadsheets they're doing altogether, or should we still be including the account spending? Will that come out through, is there a way to run?
Well, they would see that through the check.
Okay, so if we can do away with those altogether, then
Yeah.
we will eliminate those next round.
And if that's too much detail, I can do, not quite as much detail.
I like having all the detail there, for sure. Maybe, what would be ideal for me at least, would be if it got included in the packet. Because then, since I do review the packet the weekend before, and then I can have a review, and if I have any questions, we can bring them forward, but otherwise, we can just approve the total amount.
Okay.
If you wanna,
All right, thanks.
Paul, we can work together on
Yeah.
when to have those to me, so we can.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Fuller.
Yes.
Yes. Great. Next up, inventory approval.
Oh, well, we have some differences between the UAN system and chief's records for the hoses.
All right.
I haven't been able to.
Okay. Not
We're still working on it.
we'll keep that on there, and then, I believe that we were talking about, Cindy going through some of the zoning admin inventory to confirm. And am I to assume that has happened, or you want to double check on that while we're,
I'll double check on.
I don't, you know what, I don't
Most of
know,
the items have been,
accounted for.
yeah, confirmed.
Okay. So maybe we'll double check for or we'll have the confirmation from chief for next time, double check on any zoning and inventory with Cindy. Okay, anything else for fiscal? Thank you. Administrator items.
So first up, last time you approved appropriations for the chatbot.
Yes.
However, there was a service agreement that I was unaware of, and we do appreciate Revise accepting all of the changes to those terms and to our outside counsel for getting that back very quickly within 48 hours this week. So we were able to keep rolling on that. So I just need this signed this evening so that we can return it to them and begin services.
Should we authorize you for signatory approval?
Either one, either if you want to sign it right now and move on, or if you want to authorize me.
Move to authorize Administrator Hale to execute all associated documents, pending the legal counsel's approval, related to the revised AI chatbot service agreement. Moved by Chair, seconded by Trustee Lord, and for discussion, just as clarification, outside legal counsel has already approved the current language. This would be for any future provisions that would come up. We just want to make certain we clear it with counsel first. Further discussion? This product seems to be very promising, and I'm really looking forward to utilizing it and possibly even being able to train the system. It can really enhance the searchability and access to information for the public to be able to utilize our site, and is an upgraded version of what we have in place right now. Let's hope it executes in the way that we hope it will. Please call roll. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Requisitions.
The next, there's one this evening. It is requisition 0902 for HR consulting to Training Marvels Inc. in the amount of $7,500 for HR consulting services on an as-needed basis. We have, as we grow, this is something that we find that we need, and so to be able to have Training Marvels would be very helpful.
Was there a previous one for 2000 that was?
Yes,
done?
this
Okay,
is separate.
In addition?
Yes.
Move to approve requisition A.09-02 for Training Marvels Inc. for the purposes of HR consulting in the amount of $7,500, and authorize Administrator Hale to execute all associated documents.
I will second that.
Moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bowler. Discussion.
Did we need the road contract by prosecutor
Or we don't have it. Which one?
Training Marvels service agreement.
We do not have a service agreement. It's just on it would be purchase order, and then as we need them, they would invoice us for any work that's completed.
I don't see it, mission.
This is, I'm sorry, this is for Ohio Mobile Shredding.
Yep, we're on it.
This is just one paper.
Wow.
Yeah, I actually thought the same thing, actually, so. Yeah, we don't have a service agreement at this time, but what I like about this option is, we may not always, or we may need eventually a full-time human resources option, but this gives us a little bit of bandwidth to address important HR issues while not being fully committed to a complete full-time position just yet. So as you guys build out and look at the need and scope, a potential position, permanent position may be warranted, but we just don't know what we don't know at this time. Any further discussion?
No.
Please call roll.
Trustee Fuller.
Yeah.
Yes. Next item.
Next is Ohio Mobile Shredding, and this is something that Trustee Bullard had mentioned when I first started, this is a service where it will be a large container and it is locked. You put your items in, they pick it up on a routine basis. This one's once every other month. And then they will give us the empty container, fill it back up and do it again. So I have worked with a company very similar and it had worked very well. So this has been reviewed by legal and any terms that were of concern were addressed and we are comfortable moving forward with this.
Makes perfect sense.
And given that the fee per visit is $47.98, I would think we could do it within the monthly expenses of administration if the fiscal staff is comfortable with that.
That's not a bad price.
Just a question, do we need to establish somebody that can put stuff into it, or is it just anybody can put things in?
As long as it's, because we have a records retention policy, as long as they are doing it within that, then I don't have any concerns. It will likely live somewhere that's accessible, but it potentially may live in my office, so somebody has to, I would have to be there for them to have access to the bin, so. And some of it's, for example, when we get, let's say we have duplicate applications for a candidate that has personal protection, we would want to make sure that that gets in there so that we're appropriately taking care of those items.
Yeah.
Anything with sensitive information that we can dispose of in accordance with our records retention.
Especially with the duplicate copies. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
We get lost,
And updating our RC2 and RC3 is a project that is on the list. And once that is updated at some point, we may have bulk shredding. And that is something that we can look at, is if the township as a whole is updating and we decide that there are things that can be disposed of in accordance with the update, we can always do a bulk pickup where we have boxes and we arrange it with them ahead of time and we pay a separate fee, but they can come and pick up numerous things at once. I've done it where I think they picked up 50 boxes one time. So it is helpful, especially when we're moving. And so keeping in mind for the future, as we look at our facilities down the road, that might be an option for us.
And something I want clearly understood is for the township disposition of documents, it should be shredded or gotten rid of. It's not for the communities.
This is not a residential service. This is for our operational needs.
Yeah, good qualification. What is this term limit for the current service agreement that we have here? I'm gonna say the print's small, it's not, my eyes can't see.
It's been a few days.
I think it's
12 months.
12 months, okay. So we would need to revisit this again in the year.
Potentially, although it's really, the price is locked in for 12 months, but it's in effect until we decide to terminate or they do.
But are you comfortable with moving forward this time? It moved to enter into a destruction agreement with Ohio Mobile Shredding in accordance with the terms and conditions, payment amount, and associated lane provided by Administrator Hale.
And authorize.
And to authorize Administrator Hale for the execution of all associated documents.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Board. Discussion. Ms. Boral. Yes.
Yes.
We updated, I believe we actually did update our retention records policy to allow for electronic copies to serve in some of the cases and had Tony review it maybe a year or two ago.
Okay.
I'll forward that to you because I don't know if it's made its way to our current.
I don't think so. And so we need to make sure that the proper steps were followed in filing it with Ohio history and making sure that we have proper state approval.
Yes. Yes, I agree. And I think if I recall correctly, I think we only got as far as changing our document and have not done anything else associated with that. But I'll forward you the document and all the information to give you the context. And we can always do that again and figure out the right procedure for that. Okay, next.
All right, next are a few revisions to the employee handbook and subsequent policies. There is one that I would request that we consider after executive session this evening. It came in right at 5 o'clock, and it does relate to an employee's compensation. The first is a modification to section 3.13, which is paid holidays. The current township policy is that if an employee is a full-time employee, works a holiday, they are not granted that holiday's pay until they are here for at least 6 months. And this would eliminate that. So, for example, if an employee had started on August 25th, they would not have been paid for Labor Day. We would like to move forward. I think it would help to streamline things for the fiscal office, and in all reality, they're a full-time employee, so we want to make sure that it's equalized for everybody.
Well, and I think that makes sense, and we can always, like, if there is a concern, let's say that, oh, their first week they start, they get a day off or something like that, we can always have them start after the holiday too. There's all kinds of different things, but it's not, the intention was to provide retention mechanism, and I just don't think it's serving the initial purpose intended. What do you think, Trustee Lloyd?
I think it can be done that way. I think it makes sense to pay people when they start with an all. I think it's a negative. And as much as we're trying to make our hiring process a positive, this I think it is just,
It is one that I will tell you almost every new employee has asked about and has been a little surprised that that is our policy. So it is not something that I commonly find.
Okay, so do you want to go through each one and then accept all the changes potentially, or one by one?
We can do all of them if you want.
What's easier for you?
No, that would be great.
Okay. Okay.
The next one is section 4.01, sick leave, and this would allow full-time township employees who are being hired on to transfer in sick leave that has been accrued with the state of Ohio or another political subdivision in the state, including another township, city, village, county, or district, up to a maximum of 600 hours, and then subsequently modifying the balance that staff is allowed to accumulate to 600. This is again a recruitment and retention effort where commonly in other political subdivisions, all sick time is allowed to be transferred over. And so it really hampers our efforts when they have an option between taking their 1,200 hours of sick time and being able to carry it over to another entity who is hiring at the same or higher rate of pay as us. We don't allow any currently, or we allow a minimum. And so if we're competing for employees, which we know we are, this would be a good step.
as long as our basic potential hires. The other side of it is it's about a third of the year. Not quite, but if you take vacations and holidays out, it's pretty close to a third of the year of carrying the sick leave.
Well, yeah, and my understanding is that we wouldn't pay this out on them leaving.
Right.
So this isn't something where they can accumulate up to 1,600 and then we would pay it out. It's use it or lose it anyway. So I am for this. I think you're right. It does what you mentioned. I think it would be interesting to explore the option of potential payout in the future. But I think this gets us to where we're competitive now, and then figuring out, well, if we do pay it out, I don't want to pay out up to 600 hours necessarily, but what's a good middle ground to be able to say what's reasonable, what makes us competitive, what makes us comparable.
Yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable with hiring someone for a year and we pay a third of the year.
Right.
There, I know of off the top of my head, political subdivisions where you have to have so many years of service to be eligible for such a thing.
Oh, that would be
And
interesting.
so that would address your concern is that somebody's not coming to immediately retire. You have to have so many years to be eligible for a certain amount of time. And so there's certainly ways to address that. But this would be a good first step. So these are the two that I would request approval on, and then we'll move to a separate resolution that addresses the third component.
Okay. To move to accept changes to the employee handbook policies related specifically to the removal of requiring at least 6 months of continuous township service to be eligible for holiday pay, as well as the transfer of sick time as noted in the red line edited version provided by Administrator Hale.
Covered under sections 3.13, paid holidays, and sections 4.01 sick leave.
Friendly amendment.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Fuller.
Yes.
The second is a resolution which would address for full-time employees and would allow them, if they can certify that they had those hours prior to their being hired on full-time here, it would allow to backdate, so to be credited for up to 600 hours from another political subdivision, provided they can certify that to the fiscal officer.
So, the one question I had about this one for discussion, trustee Bowler, is backdating. Should there be a limit to how far back we go? We do have one that is going back to 2018, then 2022, 2024, 2025. Or how would you like to proceed?
I have a question for Administrator Hill. Let's say with the firemen working different fire departments and all that sort of stuff. How do we make sure that if they have 600 hours, say 6 weeks, say that with their current job, if they're still working their current job and they take a job working for us, they wouldn't get the 1,200 hours, let me say.
They can't double dip.
If they couldn't double dip, is that covered somehow in all this?
That would be covered under the collective bargaining. So we would address that at that time. This is for specifically for non-uniform employees.
Okay. Well, but did it get covered under?
They have a different cap than the non-uniform employees do, with a different number of hours that they can accumulate up to. So again, that's a separate provision that we would look at within the contract.
Okay, well, even if it wasn't done, it is voted.
Well, yeah, let's say it's like, whoever we hire still wants to maintain part-time employment.
So this would be covered full-time.
So they can't do it.
Let me go back to.
I think, yeah, what you're saying is somebody's been working full-time somewhere else. And let's say they want to stay on at their current employer part-time. They retain their sick time there, but then they have a letter that has all that sick time transfer over to us.
It would have to be any that they are not. Essentially, they'd have to wipe out their balance at that employer and transfer it over. It wouldn't be able to be double counted.
Yeah. And is there anything specific that speaks to that here? I mean, that seems like that's the only way.
It's a certification of the balance. Essentially, once the human resource, finance, whatever department is handling that is providing a letter, they're zeroing out the employee's balance with that entity.
Well, and even if they weren't, that's really an issue for the other employer, because they're full-time with us. So if they want to double dip and they get away with double dipping, it's really a matter of their other employer. Okay. Any other questions? What resolution number are we on?
25-9.
You wanna do it?
Go ahead.
Okay. Move to approve resolution 25-9-54, the resolution authorizing the transfer of sick leave previously accrued with state or political subdivision, and acknowledging the 4 employees who would be retroactively approved there.
Sorry.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Moore. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Graham?
Yeah.
Trustee Paul?
Yes, yes. We also, you want. Okay, moving right along. I would say we're moving at record pace.
7:30 is very achievable.
I think so. Any other policy revisions?
Not at this time. We will address the warrant.
Okay, type 2 annexation, trustee items.
This was something the fiscal officer shared and received regarding, I believe, 109 acres located in the township.
Is there a map? Is there usually a map?
There it is.
Oh,
It is on page. It is not numbered, but it is the very last one before the other resolution. So this is on Station
this is going to be developed by Miranda's. Well, we may have them here this evening. Leave that out. Okay, inquiry to them. It's my understanding that we can object to annexation agreements in the sense of ensuring that all the roads and provisions request of the commissioners, that all the road maintenance be taken care of by the annexing subdivision.
Right, trustee, so, assuming this by heart,
Yes.
you would know that the opportunities to object are very limited in the next guide to tech two, but there is a series of items that need to be provided by the petitioner or organization. If those items are provided for support addressed, make that an issue of that, but it is obviously current. I don't have that in front of me, but I can get it in front of me and we can walk through, what's maybe the missing.
What I'd like to do is, I mean, it's a very prescribed, approach, but I'd like to maybe get almost a templated language in the event of an objection, because as I understand it, we also only have like 14 days to turn that around once we get to know this. Is that right?
So you do, but as a matter of course.
Yeah. I know, you're on another.
No, that's totally fine. But generally speaking, the townships in an expedited scenario are supposed to be presented with the application. And again, in an expedited two, you're really just saying yes, proceed at this point. If you have true objections or true comments, I'm not sure off the top of my head what that time frame is, but we would want to do that sooner rather than later. The time frame you're thinking of could be the turning around where you're going to say,
Yeah. Okay. Noted of the notification provided by the fiscal officer to the board. I'd like to have this as a follow-up. So to look at the conditions and potentially object if there still is anything that we can make certain. If the city's gonna take it, the city should take the whole thing. Does that make sense?
Someone's gonna take it, they should take it. I
Yeah.
don't quite understand.
So the city can not, they can annex straight up to the road and not take the road.
Correct.
Those kinds of things.
No.
Well, we can object to that. And even if it doesn't get accepted or approved that way, at least our objections on record. We're saying, you want to annex that it's, you're gonna
I
take,
understand what the problem is, that's county road.
yeah.
So we don't have a,
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, in general, I want to be able to look at this so that as these things are coming through,
should,
we're ready to respond. Because I think there's this window that is pretty short.
and I agree with that, and I disagree with the city taking 60 foot of a 2,000 foot roadway, which is what's happened, and we've seen that happen a couple times.
Yeah.
And, but, that's certainly doable under Ohio law. And the problem that we've run into court cases for us is we don't have any jurisdiction here because we don't have any, in this particular case.
In this, yeah,
Because it's
it's
a
a
county road.
county road, it's
County
surrounded by.
road in the area that we own or even, close to attached. So
Can we argue on this?
I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
And,
Can we argue on the basis of the provision of safety services?
Pardon?
Can we argue on the basis of the provision of safety services?
So I have the law up, so to put a little more detail on the topics we're trying to cover. Your time period is 25 days after the date the petition is filed. You may adopt and file with the Board of County Commissioners ordinance resolution consenting or objecting to the annexation. The objection shall be based solely on the petition's failure to meet these certain conditions. Those conditions are that the petition has to meet all the statutory requirements, that the people who signed the petition are the owners of the property, that the territory does not exceed 500 acres, the territory has 5% contiguity, the annexation won't create an unincorporated area of the town.
Yeah. But we've lost that case before too.
The city has agreed to provide the annexed territory with certain, safety and other services. And then to your point, if a street or highway will be divided or segmented by the boundary line between the township and the city, as to create a road maintenance problem, that the municipal court, the city to which the annexation is agreed as a condition of the annexation to assume that there are appropriate arrangements committed to for the maintenance of the ownership, maintenance, et cetera. So if you think that's an issue, we look at.
Well, it's not in this case for this one because it's the county road, but it has been in the past some, but I am a little bit curious about the provision of safety services. So like, let's say, because that would apply to us. And I specifically, they know they are going to be, if I'm thinking of the right parcel, they're going to be significantly increasing the density in this area and doing a host of different things on this land, which may create a safety service issue, especially if there's trucks can't get in and those kinds of things.
Sure. I will just put on the radar, not something that we can't look into. But as far as density, that's not going to be something, number of homes, density of homes, but could we start a conversation about sufficiency of the roadway widths, accessibility in general? That's not a bad thing. Is that the hill you can die on with an annexation petition? Probably not. Because under these requirements, all the city has to say is, yes, county commissioners, we've made appropriate arrangements for the provision of all of the necessary services, trash, police. Not necessarily that. You see what I'm saying? That the density is,
Well, yeah, it was more just the spacing of the area and the roads. But that's interesting.
yeah, it's not a bad thing to have. The environment is taking a look at it, or we should take a look at it. Ought to take that into consideration, not as to whether we're going to deny the annexation.
Yeah.
Whether to make it a safety service compatible.
Good ideas. Maybe good to take the legislative committee too. Okay.
It's similar to one that occurred out here, kind of, and that's what the courts, and we took them to court, and we lost, and the judge said we had no standing. It was just one of those things. I'm a little nervous that we have any position here to do anything, but it's certainly worth exploring.
Yeah.
But I don't have a whole lot of hope. I'm gonna put it back.
I'm gonna be the relentless optimist on this and say, we're gonna figure something out someday. Good. Okay, thank you very much for the consultation as well. Social media and outreach strategy. Can we move that to 13?
We can.
Thank you. Resolution to appoint trustee.
The key thing is the date she was talking about. This is dated September 4th or September 8th. You got it right?
It was
September
I
8th.
think it was received by the commissioners on the,
Yeah.
but didn't come to us until, I think,
It's from the day they filed the petition to be.
and so, but this is dated the 8th, which was the date of our last trustee meeting, so we received it after our last
And if we go to this date, this is September 5th.
This is the date, because they timestamp it, and that's the date. it's filed. And that's the day it counts from. But I'm wondering if there might be any, recourse if we reply between the 5th and the 8th, because they did not label or send this until the 8th. But we should have received notice sent on the
Yeah, you probably don't, I mean, you know.
5th. Okay.
Also, for what it's worth, I mean, what I'm hearing here tonight, it could change it, and I could be wrong. I'm not hearing any formal objection, meaning county commissioner, you better not annex this property. I think I'm hearing that angle. What I'm hearing is, hey, we have some feedback and context on this piece of property and or how it might get developed. So to me, the time period has to do with, are you gonna have some stuff? If you have something other than we're outside, and you can
Yeah.
broach that subject. The statute doesn't say you can't say anything, you know, forever hold your peace after that. You wouldn't be able to give that formal objection, formal consent after.
That makes sense. All right.
The only place that we got it on the west side of the Norfolk and Southern tracks is Curve Road in Glen.
From Buckeye Swim Club.
Pardon?
Buckeye Swim Club.
Well, Buckeye Swim Club is in the township, we don't own anything there.
Oh, you mean, that we own?
And Peace Flow is a county road again. So you got Peace Flow, Cheshire, and Borough Station, which are all county roads, so we got no right of way or any of that sort of stuff. No. That's all, that's all.
Okay, got it, yeah. Okay, appointment of trustee. What resolution number are we on?
25-9-55.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Are we good on this, or do we need to go into executive session for it? I think that we,
the board's ready to, make a motion.
okay. Then regular session. And 120 seconds.
If you want to executive session, it's the same thing. And, should I pick my points?
Do we need to? Or do we just want to bring
I
forward?
don't know, so you need to, that's the, don't worry.
Okay, I mean, I can prepare to bring forward a motion and to recommend, Pat Paycall.
No,
Okay,
I don't know what to do, the same thing.
I'll just,
want to.
I'm filling it up, yeah.
You guys all fill
Number 7, Aubrey, on this, pursuant to resolution number.
I don't know when. That would have been not this evening. We'll have to pull that. That would have been prior to my arrival.
Okay.
Prior to my arrival.
Oh.
And maybe prior to Jeff's.
Oh.
The trustees adopting faithful performance of duty as.
Oh.
We'll need to fill in that part of the resolution. Okay, resolution, move to, approve resolution number 25-9-55, appointment to office Township Trustee pursuant to ORC 503.24. Whereas pursuant to resolution 25-9-55 approved on September 22nd, 2025, the board declared and deemed office. I have the wrong resolution number here.
Oh.
This is when we declared the position vacant.
September 8th.
Okay.
Do we have the stuff you submitted to the Secretary of State Board of Elections? Do you have copies of those? Those will have the resolution numbers on them.
I'm not gonna read.
Because technically.
Yes. There we go. Okay, whereas pursuant to resolution number 25-09-16 approved on September 8th, 2025, the board declared and deemed the office of Township Trustee for Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio, with the term commencing on January 1st, 2022, and expiring December 31st, 2025, to be vacant as of 12:01 on September 1st, 2025. Such vacancy being the result of the resignation of Ken O'Brien, and whereas pursuant to ORC 503.24, the board now desires to make an appointment to fill the vacancy. Now therefore be resolved, the board pursuant to ORC 503.24 hereby appoints Pat Haycock to the office of Township Trustee for Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio. Such appointment is for the remainder of the unexpired term ending December 31st, 2025. The appointment fills the vacancy left by the resignation of Ken O'Brien. And everything else noted here in this resolution in sections 3 through 10 to be included in the motion.
May I add, this just needs to become effective prior to September 30th, which means the oath of office has to be administered before that date. And Mr. Paycock would have to be added to a term of faithful performance of duty, which I can do in the morning, but the oath of office will need to be administered.
Should that be a friendly amendment or should that be part of the discussion?
Noted as discussion.
Okay, thank you. Did you second?
Not yet, because I got things I'd like to figure out. Can we put in here a date when he should take his oath of office? Now, I know October or September 30th is the date that he has to have taken it, but if he, I would like to be a couple days ahead of that.
I don't think that we should do that, only because he will need to be made aware, and I don't want to impair him. If he can't do it by the 30th, he can't.
Well, if we can't do it by the 30th, then we lose our.
Yes, he will have to have done it by.
But that was why I was thinking we took the days earlier, if at all.
I think it would be better to make that recommendation to him and then not add it to the resolution.
Okay, I'm okay with that because I want to, if not, I want to be able to come back and make a second choice if we can, if we have to.
That's fair.
I'm just trying to, and I'm not, again, no.
Yeah.
Said anything about it. All I'm trying to do is protect us and make sure that we got.
I completely agree. I totally agree with you, and I think that makes perfect sense. I just don't know that I want it to be, I don't know that I want the condition of his appointment to be whether or not he gets back to us on the 26th, you know, as far as the conditions. We could have it, we could set the offer, well, it's not an offer, it's an appointment. So he now has until the date,
Okay.
right?
Yes. I don't anticipate the board thinks that that will be an issue, so we'll just get it done in the next week.
Yeah,
And either one of us can swear in, that's not a problem.
I think, yeah, I don't know if he has a preference, but we don't need a special meeting for swearing him in.
No,
He's the
that's
judge.
not what I'm.
And we have the
No
form,
problem.
we have the form ready to go.
I don't think that one of us can swear him in, can we?
From the prosecutor's office, but I believe it's elected official.
Well, but then the minute that he is sworn in, it becomes a quorum.
We'll confirm the prosecutor's office.
I don't think that, I don't think you're right to swear in. I think that he should get it done by somebody else. Yeah.
Any elected official.
Can, but you and I specifically, there might become a quorum issue outside the public meeting. Sunshine.
Okay.
Maybe, I mean, just adding caution, I'd rather have it not be an issue. Later. Okay, I still don't understand. Okay, moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard, so, for the points of discussion, Administrator Hale mentioned the faithful performance of duty and the swearing in that need to be done before, 9:30. Trustee Bullard has added that he would like to have confirmation, preferably by picture in front of a judge. No, I'm just kidding. We'd like to have confirmation by at least 9:26, 9:27, with the potential of the provision of a special meeting as needed if the swearing in doesn't happen, so as to not use our standing to be able to appoint another trustee. And the chair has recommended that the swearing in not be one of the perfect trustees. Any other discussion?
The fiscal office will notify him by letter that he has been appointed.
Okay, can you call him as well, or send him?
I can notify him. I can send him a copy of the letter by email.
Okay. I don't want something getting lost in the mail and not making it to him, so.
I will send him
Let's
a
just
copy
let him
by
know.
email.
Let's get some confirmation going on here. Wonderful. Okay, anything else related to the appointment of trustee position
You gotta vote.
for discussion?
Okay, nothing.
Anything? Okay, please call roll.
Well, former trustee, yes.
Trustee Graham.
Yes. Thanks to Administrator Hill for ensuring a smooth process in this transition,
Fiscal staff has.
and to the fiscal staff who made this very smooth. Okay, I think that's, wow, look at us. It's exactly 8. Without objection, I'd like to take just a 3-minute recess and then we'll call it back. So.
If you look at the pending.
Hey, Jen. Sorry for talking. Yeah. That's on the record. And you're watching.
That's okay.
It's just one.
Suppose I could swear in if you go. Suppose I could swear in if you go for first. I said, I suppose I could swear in if we go before the first. You okay with it? 3 hours. Patient. I was on TV for 2 months. I don't know if you were. I had a gender swallow start.
Did you get kind of afraid too?
She doesn't. I'm trying to make this up. She hasn't even had it. So.
But you know exactly what I'm saying.
Well, it was just. But fire.
You know, Paula? Paula preparing something, do you know?
Sorry?
Do you know where Paula is? Is she like printing a material or anything? Oh. I saw her in the office, so I thought maybe she would. I thought maybe she's working something else in the office. Jen, do you know what exhibit we were on last?
My recollection that we had an exhibit 14.
Yeah, that's my understanding too. We got 15, 16. Are you guys gonna be submitting anything else? Any other exhibits other than what was provided? Do you have any letters or anything like that?
Nothing right now. Yeah. Unless we get through this meeting,
Very good.
we've done this.
I appreciate the optimism there. Okay. Yes. Okay, great. Okay, call back to order the Berlin Township regular meeting for September 22nd, 2025. And we are ready now to go into the daytime certain at 8 p.m. for the hearing case BZC 16-001, amendment number 3, Evans Farm Norris and Evans Farm. Okay, welcome, gentlemen.
I'd just like to start saying that our whole team's here and Greg will, from Edge Group, will be giving the presentation of how we addressed each of the items we asked. Apologize for, I'll apologize for accidentally sending the wrong one. Never want that. I apologize. And I want to thank Stephen and the rest of the group, Rob, for stepping up and, what I would tell you is, you know, something a lot of builders don't do, and designing and making sure that their product was a step. Appreciate you for that. So if you want to go through the items that we,
With some brevity, if you don't mind, because we've got quite a few.
Rachel, I'll always work at my Edge Group. 330 West Front Street, Suite 350, also Highway 215. Just picking up off where we left off last time, we all know that the conditions that we left here with, looking for a little research on vinyl siding, we're going to bring that back to you. In the meantime, the builder has decided to eliminate vinyl as permitted use in the development. So the updates that we have made for you in your packet are between pages 49 and 60 in the packet. We have removed 46 mil vinyl as a permitted material. We added the two garage door commitments for the shaft section on page 53, limiting the elevation, the amount that the garage door can make up the elevation 52%, and then memorializing the commitments that we made relative to the homes that were under 40 feet and what percentage of those could have the garage forward or equal to or behind the front door. And so we tried to clean that up, and I know we talked about a little bit of language about elevation and facades, and we tried to make that as simple as clearly as we can. The intent there is the garage door and the front door. So we cleaned that up. I think a couple other points to make here that we've noted, and just directed to the preliminary landscape plans in the packet. I think address some of the comments that we've read relative to evergreen screening and plant types.
Where was that?
Evergreen screening and plant types.
No, what page?
We have the 11/17 packet.
Okay. You did do something additional to that?
We haven't done anything. I'm just drawing your attention to show those elements.
Oh,
in the packet.
so nothing changed related to the evergreen usage on pipe?
The rate that we are showing is about, probably 6 evergreen trees per 100 feet. In addition to all the other, deciduous trees, shade trees, ornamentals, and shrubs. So it is very consistent, and the selections that we will be, native adapted natives, local, and available here in Central Ohio. So those are on the
Yeah.
preliminary landscaping. That sums up all of the changes that we made for consideration tonight.
And we are going to, clarify, we will be, with this plan, putting a evergreen, well,
Ah, that's what I was looking for. So, but I didn't see that in the text.
right,
Okay,
just one, to clarify.
great. We'll put that right in here in minutes. And of course, if that means replacing certain deciduous, that's what it means, to integrate.
Right.
But the vision was, you have Lewis Center Road, you have Evans Farm, you have that subdivision that has the pathway. And you'll see that they have the backs of their houses facing Lewis Center Road, but they have 2 rows of evergreens. And so the coverage is pretty substantial if you look at them, now that they're mature evergreens.
Yeah.
We were looking for specifically that area to, as it matures out, give a semblance of something like that. Okay. Did you have any questions, Trustee Ward?
Well, I saw the email from, Marana, and that's great. Is it in there?
The commitment,
From the email, the board email about the no violence on.
oh, yeah.
Yes.
But then when we see.
In the new
And I
hard, the electronic version that was reviewed.
Not the full version.
We are.
I
Yeah,
apologize. I was done in haste.
it was, as long as it got corrected.
It was correct.
And it was. I did actually notice in the hard copy that was submitted last week, it was corrected. And then, I can't, what page was the vinyl?
So on page 44.
Yeah.
The first sentence, or first paragraph, of exterior tile extensions and materials, that now matches exactly the section as it was approved, it did not include. Uh, 44, page 44 is the original word.
Yeah, you have it later called out and highlighted.
We have it second in on page 54.
Yes, page 54 at the bottom.
54, the first paragraph, exterior tile function materials, talks about permitted materials in the Norris sub-area, and that now matches exactly what was originally without the 46 mil line, so that was located previously.
Trustee Board, is that addressed to your satisfaction?
No, okay,
No, it's not?
I'm okay.
Oh, okay, just to confirm a couple of things then, last time, do appreciate the builder's willingness to return to the, originally approved preliminary development text regarding material. I do think that that better integrates with what the concept was initially envisioned as. The path I know was 10 feet. It is outside of the road right of way, correct? Yes,
It's a building.
okay.
Mhm.
The mounding, that I saw in the text didn't have a height commitment. I wondered what you all thought about a height commitment of 4 feet from an engineering perspective commitment.
I can't commit on the height without having engineering. I can give you a range, I would be comfortable 3 to 5 feet.
Okay.
But if for some reason it's 3, good.
I'm fine with the mounding 3 to 5 feet. So we'll just update that little section. Right now, just
And I would like to qualify that with the exceptions for overland, stormwater management, or breaks to accommodate stormwater management and or utilities.
That's fair. That's fair. It just doesn't have any height, so I just want to get that in there. And then we have the evergreen, on the, Hyatt Road side commitment of every 12 feet. And that's actually, I think that's the same that we had for Maeve Meadows, which is right there, so.
I think it was a great, contribution.
Thanks, Dan. Okay, road right away, mounting, evergreen, and then natural materials. I think those were the only outstanding items. Unless I'm forgetting anything, am I?
No, I don't think.
No? Have we been thorough enough? Did we talk about mailboxes enough?
I'm not worried about mailboxes as much as I used to be.
Okay.
I can explain real quickly. One of the mailboxes is we want to make sure that they're handicap accessible and all that sort of stuff. Well, the post office talking about because, if you've got a handicapped person trying to get their mail, you can have a mailbox at the house. And the post office will deliver the mail to the house. At the, you can sit it just outside the front door, you can sit it on the lawn, wherever, they'll deliver it right to the house. It's in the home stuff association. So my concern with the handicap accessibility of getting to the mailbox has changed a little bit. Well, it's still going to have the ability to get there, but the post office made it a little bit easier.
We do double rings up and everything.
And it's like your trash pickup, the contract that we've contracted with Rocky allows for, if you're handicapped and you can't take your trash down the street, tell them, They will take your trash to the streets, come up to the, take the camera. So the handicap accessibility stuff is kind of handled by some of the other agencies, which wasn't, it didn't come up. And so we needed to react to it, making things better.
Okay, anything else? Okay, so, we have here a proposal, to bring forward, and I had the wording included for rear elevations of homes abutting Pipe Road, mounding and landscaping at final build shall effectively screen the rear elevations from view from Pipe Road. So you guys wanted to add some wording into that you just mentioned. Do you want to write that directly onto here and it can become part of our resolution?
Absolutely.
Real, as an alternative, I'm taking notes on the document that you're using.
Okay,
That would be great.
Access to a printer, if we can, if you want to fine tune.
Yeah.
Yours. So also, the sections noted in green are the provisions related to home address. For text, in my opinion, can be removed so that this provision controls.
yes, let's do that.
So let's do that.
Although text controls, yeah.
So the
And let's go with
documents
dates.
dated September 18th.
This-
Looking at this date.
Yep.
On both consent materials, both say that 18. And I said, and including the applicant's letter submitted to the board. That was that.
Okay.
Because we had addressed the vinyl siding sentence.
The only thing that we haven't addressed that I did like was this one specifically modifies and supersedes the modification of the recommendation of the zoning commission. And we won't leave anything.
We don't. Yeah, I do still like it.
Right. It was well worded. Like we could do, keep just the, yeah, I'll let you do it. And always, it's much harder to type than somebody's watching.
We could say. The provisions regarding exterior materials
Mhm.
reflected in the documents stated. Specifically modified. Yeah.
Yes, perfect.
Regarding exterior materials reflected in documents. The modification regarding vinyl siding.
Yes.
And then what we have, the section you were asking about, says, for rear elevations of homes abutting Pipe Road, mounding and landscaping at final build shall effectively screen the rear elevations from view from Pipe Road, including the installation of evergreen trees, correct me if I'm wrong, at the ratio of at least one evergreen tree for every 12 feet, and mounding of 3 to 5 feet in height, allowing reasonable breaks for utilities and some purposes.
Can we add some language that specifies, can you read the first sentence what it says? To screen at final build, I want to be able to say that it will grow into that. It's not gonna look like that at final build. I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
Well, the mounting.
That would be there, material in place.
Yeah.
It will not be 100%.
Yeah, the trees are gonna be, I think that's 5 feet initially, 5 or 6.
And that was, that's why you see those ones on, I mean, they lose. They're pretty tall.
Mhm.
Back there on the street.
No, Can't have two tall trees.
Up to the board. How much, like, are we willing to say that the trees don't need to be mature when?
I was fine with the height that was provided in text. So it can be as provided in the text. So is this, we talked about this picture last time, but I didn't see an updated version provided. Is that because we're just scratching all of this?
There's gonna be differentiate between different materials. It's gonna be all natural materials.
Uh-huh.
So they come all the same size, shapes, and colors as being presented, so there's no need to differentiate one's one.
But, and the garages, we committed to the porch being at the face of the door.
Yes. Yes,
And those
those do not have
do
that.
not look like that. So
So
the
that was another thing.
answer is, we don't have new pictures, at least you don't.
And that's
Well,
fine.
We can guarantee you that show.
I just kind of like don't want this in here. You know what I mean?
Okay, let's remove it.
Can we just remove it?
Yeah.
You guys good with that?
Yeah.
And then you guys can provide us pictures.
Yeah.
It
Absolutely.
just feels a little, I'm not saying you are misleading, it feels a little bit misleading
We-
with our findings.
We.
All right, take it out?
Yeah.
We're gonna take this out, so you have your, you don't have one? Yeah, I'm gonna take it out of my version.
I have a question too. Would you mind if we provided you approved version of all everything we're doing this month?
Yeah,
Everything's in one place.
no,
No.
I don't want that. I want the approved to form version from a legal perspective.
Okay.
So I'd rather have it, have a couple little, tear outs here and there and be authentic than have that be illegal as opposed to having to, because I feel like I would have to then go and I'd have to do what I did this weekend, which is compare the old file to the new file to ensure that everything's written. What do you think?
Well, as it relates to the picture, I'll call it pictures, very pretty pictures, very engineered and scientific pictures. You can strike or remove or physically, however it makes everyone happy. To me, I would like if I were you, I would like a text that incorporates some of these provisions at a later date. And to me, they could annotate it in a way that says submitted September 18th, incorporating revisions dated September 22nd. And then you would know it's the 18th version with the 22 changes. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm willing to do that. Does that make sense?
That makes.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense.
That's wonderful.
Okay, we have everyone's agreement, makes sense?
Well, the only part of the agreement that I want to make sure of is everything we've agreed to is in the. And
Then we have the exhibits.
everything I totally agreed to, I want to make sure we got it.
That's why I wanted to.
That's what they,
Put it in the
it's not in the book you have, right? Because the board is right now writing a resolution that has a variety of changes. So what Greg and Ken are proposing is that they would incorporate those changes in a final, beautiful, one last.
And that could be per staff or legal review.
For sure. Yeah, to me, that's administrative. They can refer to if they will get copies. of it.
Yeah, I want to retain both copies then. All right. Anything else?
This is another one that was a debt. Any increase to the surface area funds shall be considered.
Yeah,
Okay. I do not believe I saw this language. Amenities shall not be eliminated due to stormwater facility design. Such amenities shall be relocated. So that's something the board still wants to do.
yeah, and you guys have committed to that,
Yeah.
but it's not in,
See it in stormwater facilities.
I thought it made its way into the second or third version you provided, but we'll keep it here and you can make certain it's incorporated. But I know you guys have committed to that previously, so.
And then another one I had was in the exterior lighting, lamp, and lighting section on pages 56, 57. the following sentence that shall be added. All exterior lighting except for security lighting must be down lighting so that no light shall be cast onto adjoining residential properties.
Yes, that's right.
And then the last one was adding a sentence that this amendment number 3 applies to only the Ravinia North sub-area, and any changes to other sub-areas are unintentional and unnoticed. I know there's some really big bold highlighted language. Belt and suspenders.
Wonderful.
Okay. So, eliminate those. Let's print this out. Let's confirm that these are the requests that you are making to the application. And then, accept these exhibits, and I think it's right before
Mhm.
the,
And what's gonna be our final visit?
I got exhibit 15,
What
16.
I mean, is it gonna be an electronic copy, or is it gonna be a hard copy, or how are we doing the plan?
Good question. The final.
Of the book
Yeah.
that they're gonna create, would you like it to be both?
Mhm. And when he sends you.
Like a real, don't cause me to spaz out.
Well, you probably don't need 12 copies.
No.
You only need
We only need one.
one copy.
Legal.
What I'm trying to say is, I'm okay with the two of them, when I think it's the final plan. I need a copy somewhere.
Completely agree. Well, I suppose too, the final book would be what comes back to the final development plan to BZC, right?
This is the basis. for
Yeah.
Final development.
Yeah.
But it doesn't actually come back to trustees. So, yeah. I'm saying the final book might not actually ever be something that makes sense. Exhibit. But it would be in the final development plan.
I guess I'm proposing that you would accept it conditionally upon legal acceptance of it and the final version.
Yeah, from my perspective, if you do whatever you would say, so say the board is going to adopt, what you're going to do. If you would adopt the resolution we were just working out, the version of the September 18th versions and every other exhibit up to this point, that all becomes your decision.
Yeah.
Because that's annoying to pull out 17 documents right every time I want to look at something. What Britt's suggestion, which I think is a good one, is, hey, let's incorporate the changes you were recommending to adopt, if you would adopt tonight, into the final. So for my purposes, what Greg and Dan do is just an administrative cleanup of what you're doing tonight. Not in a way, just a more usable way of having one document.
Okay. Do you guys want to take a moment to review the requests and ensure that the language is in place with what the applicant's request is? Meantime, we are at exhibit 15 for this case, correct? Okay. Okay, move to accept exhibit 15, book 1 of 2 for Norris at Evans Farm dated September 18th, 2025.
You wanna do them both, or you want to just?
Norris at Evans Farm, book 1 of 2. Moved by chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Please call roll. Trustee Bowler.
Yeah.
Trustee Graham.
Move to accept as exhibit 16, book 2 of 2 for Norris at Evans Farms dated September 18th, 2025.
You don't want the 22nd?
No, that's the hearing date. This is the document.
Okay, do that. All right.
No worries.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion of note for this exhibit. This is the exhibit that we did remove, picture of, well, I don't think there's a page numbers on this.
Right here.
Yeah, exhibit F. Exhibit F.
Exhibit F.
Removal of exhibit F was from the, book 2 of 2, exhibit 16. Move. Yeah, that was, I already. Any further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Brown?
Yes. Okay. How are we looking, gentlemen? Okay, so these are your requested changes to the proposed.
Yeah. Then you go.
Okay. Are we prepared for? What resolution number are we?
25-9-58.
All right, move to approve resolution number 25-9-58, the resolution to approve to amend the approved preliminary development plan for Ravina Norris at Evans Farms. And accept the adoption of the recommendation of the zoning commission on case number BZC 16-001 with approved exhibits 1 through 16, with the latter taking precedence over the former, and approve the preliminary development plan amendment 3 with the additional modifications provided in A through F of the resolution herein.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. I think that this was a good process to go through. I do appreciate the builder working with the township and working with the requested residents, and looking forward to seeing this product come to fruition. I think there's a lot to be gained and value added to our township by it. Please call roll.
Trustee Bowler?
Yes.
Trustee Brown?
Yes. All right. You guys want a copy of this with you? There's-
Yeah. Yeah, you can leave. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Later. So I can make this. Okay, this concludes the hearing for BCC case 16-001, Amendment 3. And we'd like to note that we've done most of this evening in record time for our township, so looking forward to being quoted in the Gazette for that one as well. And I think that now we are on to late items. And I believe we had a late item for Jen.
Yes, so this is a matter for discussion. We got an email, everybody got an email this afternoon from the Ohio Township Association outlining that it is mandatory that all jurisdictions have a cybersecurity policy. Past enacted by September 30th, 2025. However, I have an auditor of state bulletin dated August 27th that says that all jurisdictions aside from counties and cities are required to have it enacted by July 1st, 2026. So I'm wondering if Jen has any update.
Any
on-
clarification from council
Yeah,
members?
So the best I can tell is sort of probably a bunch of lawyers disagreeing about enactment.
Nah, they don't
Never enactment versus implementation. So on its face, the statutes is enacted when it's enacted, or takes effect when it takes effect, which is the third edition. The statute says, and then here's sort of the basis for my group's interpretation. The statute says that thou shalt have a cybersecurity policy. Doesn't technically say, or, when are we gonna start looking into it? What it says is you have until June 30th, 2025 to implement the policy. You see what I'm saying? So,
You mean 26.
I'm sorry, 26, I don't know what it is. That's 2026. So the disagreement or like just overcomplication across the board, right? The auditor's trying to give advice, township association's trying to give advice. I'm sure the prosecutor's office has a position, I believe that they do, which is great. The more information, the better. I would distill it all down and say, if the auditor, the only possible risk I can envision is probably an audit issue. However, if the auditor states issue, that office has said, we're not going to watch for implementation until June 30th of 2025, 26, it does not appear that you're going to have a state audit issue because they're aware of it. They know they're not going to look at anything until next year. They're looking for anything until next year. Also, I was sort of candidly talking with a colleague of mine. I'm totally fine if the state office wants to go up against the state legislature on who was right on which date and which date was effective. You know what I mean? So I could see that we'll have specifically. I could see them saying, listen, we're not trying to get in the middle of who was right, which date was supposed to happen first.
Right.
So that's why I think we and then probably taking more conservative, which is if you have an invite September 30th, no one can say you did. That being said, if it's not by September 30th, I think that the risk of anything, of any kind of statutory violation between September 30th and let's say you had it by October 30th, I think is low, right? It's a brand new law, it's a brand new. That being said, I will put it on your radar, I know that it already is. And I think there are reasonable approaches that don't have to be right this minute, right.
In my conversations with County IT Director Lewis, I raised this before this came up and said, hey, we know that this is coming as a contracting entity. They have a working group that is working to develop a policy that would be, would run through them so that they know that as a contracting entity, we are compliant. His understanding at that time was that we had until July 1st. And so this kind of caught us, I think, all by surprise today. So I will send him an email in the morning. I just wanted to bring it before the board because this threw me into a bit of a panic this afternoon because I thought we had more time.
I thought we did too. We brought this up a number of months ago, and I thought it was something to the effect of, hey, make sure you're reviewing your cybersecurity and that you guys are secure. At that time, we were planning to go to the county, and I figured that our move to the county gave us that protection.
So in reading my most recent conversation with him, actually Fiscal Officer Jordan had forwarded the auditor's bulletin, and it says counties and cities must adopt a cybersecurity program by January 1st, 2026, and all their entities by July 1st, 2026. However, I was aware that effective September 30th, all cybersecurity incidents or ransomware incidents, we have to notify Homeland
Yeah.
Security and the Auditor of State. I knew that that was
Yeah.
by September 30th,
Yeah.
but that's why I was under the impression that we had more time.
So we're not covered under county policy.
They are adopting one that we would be able to then, they are working to
Adopt their own.
yes, they're working on it.
And we just are under them.
we would, I think the board would still have to formally adopt something, but there's a working group to come up with what that would be. But we all were at the, impression that we had a little more time. So the reason I asked Jen was because there was some guidance that came from Rochester Johnson.
So do you have a motion that we should adopt tonight?
I don't have a policy that I'm comfortable, having not read through anything. I'm not comfortable without talking to the county, because given that we are on their network, I don't want to adopt something that they haven't seen and without having any conversations. Let me check with Steve first thing in the morning and see. I'd also like to talk to the other townships that are contracting with the county that are in the same boat that we are. So if we need to hold a special meeting, which I'm really hoping that we do not, then I will advise, but wanted to put this on everybody's radar since Jen was here
There's a
today.
chance for a special meeting then later this week to be able to get by the 30th.
I'm hoping not, but I will confirm with these
Understand.
entities. And do we have a contact at do you have a liaison at the auditor's office that we could say, hey, if we are working on this, and could we check with them and see what guidance they are willing to provide?
The other option, not that I'm not suggesting you do this tonight, but again, worst case scenario, say you talk with the county and they're 2 months out from having anything that's ready. If capital I, if the board was uncomfortable, you could adopt the sample that, for instance, the sample that the OTA is already promulgated. I have no ego in this, but that process is already looked at. And use it as your sort of bridge to get you to the point when the county is ready, and then use the counties to supersede and replace the one. I mean, that we don't have that. I want the county to be happy first and foremost. That's what I'm saying.
Well, and perhaps we send the draft to the county, since there's a working group.
Yeah.
I think that county's, interest is county, and maybe there's something that they can learn from, the draft related specifically to townships. And
They
don't gotta cite you guys, do they?
I will call the special investigations unit, because that's who is charged with the information in this bulletin. So I give Liz the phone number and I will call them and ask them for additional guidance, because it is conflicting with what we're seeing, so.
I think the question I have personally is, like, how much do we mean by implementation? Does it mean adopting the implementation, or does it just mean we've had training, we've deducted, we have meetings in place on the county? I mean, what does that mean to them?
Right.
Sorry for that.
That's okay. You're the only one to call.
No.
Okay, thank you, and appreciate the guidance as always. Any other late items before we go into executive session?
One late item before you, which is the resignation that was included in your packets.
Thank you. Yes, I don't believe the Board of Trustees actually formally accepts resignation of the fiscal officer due to the nature of the elected official position. But the board I think it would be good for the board to acknowledge the resignation of fiscal officer Jeff Jordan to the township effective October 1st, 2025. And there's no second, there's no motion. We're just acknowledging it. And so, Jeff, we do wish you the best. And
Thank you.
yeah. Trustee Board, did you have any comment?
It's with certain mixed feelings that I second the motion to acknowledge receiving this letter of resignation from
Okay, so we're gonna do a
fiscal
motion.
officer Jeff Jordan.
Sounds great. So, let's do a friendly amendment to the motion and have Trustee Bullard as the second. Any further discussion? And as pointed out, that's not approval, that's acknowledgement.
Just acknowledge.
And I would also point out that it is effective October 1st, but there's wording in here that says it'll probably take longer than October first, so it's gonna be a little bit,
Well,
it's not exactly.
no, it's effective October first, but if the board wants to extend that for any transitional period, he indicates that he's willing to, but he's not saying he will. And we're not asking him to at this time.
Good.
Okay.
Understand.
Okay, please call roll.
Trustee Ritter?
Yes.
Trustee Fuller?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, any other late items? Do you have any late items?
Me?
Anyone? No?
I do.
Okay, so we do have executive session coming up here. We are going to do executive session differently, moving forward. Whereas before we were combining our different sections pursuant to, executive session, we're going to go into executive session for each individual one, come back and go in by individual item. So, we'll start with, move to recess into executive session, regular session pursuant to RSV, 121.G1. And rather than read the entirety, this will be pertaining specifically to compensation of an employee.
So,
Let's use that 21.22.
To G1. Did I say that?
Use the 22. I thought you was testing.
You passed. A. Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion, please call roll.
Trustee Fuller?
yes.
Trustee Ritter?
Yes. The people to join is only, trustee Bullard, myself, and Administrator Hales. Thank you.
You too.
All good, Paula?
Are we ready?
Move to return to regular session from executive session.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Grant?
Yes.
Trustee Fuller?
Yes.
Okay, we did meet in executive session. No decisions were made and no actions were taken. That said, we do have another very brief executive session that we need to enter into related to a different section of the ORC 121.22. This one in relation to G3. One second. Let me see this. Jeez. G3, conferences with an attorney for the public body concerning disputes involving the public body that are subject to pending or imminent court action. With so moved to enter into executive session from regular session pursuant to ORC 121.22 G3 with Administrative Hale, Trustee Bullard, myself, and Counsel Paul Lafayette present.
Okay.
Moved by the chair, moved by the chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Grant?
Yes.
Did
Okay.
you say you wanted to go with?
No.
You know, the executive session.
Well, should Paula be in that? Yeah, let's have Paula in that. Indeed. Okay. We good?
Make a motion to return to regular session.
Um,
You know?
Yeah.
You good with that? Okay.
oh, okay. Second? Moved by trustee Buller, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call roll. Buller? Yes. We did meet in executive session, no decisions made, no actions were taken. We do have one final, resolution for consideration this evening. What is our resolution number? Um,
64.
you have that?
I think it's 64, 25,964.
Okay, 25964. Oh, because we just did 1, 2.
Yeah, I said it's.
Move to approve resolution 25964, resolution authorizing vacation service credit for prior full-time service with the state or political subdivision. As part of this resolution, in reading, vacation is to be specified as beginning January 1st, 2026, any full-time township employee is entitled to have the employee's prior full-time service with the state of Ohio and other Ohio political subdivision, including a township, village, city, county, or district in the state, counted as service with the township for the purpose of computing the amount of the employee's vacation leave. The employee's employment anniversary date for purposes of computing the amount of the employee's vacation leave shall be the anniversary date of such prior service. No vacation accumulated at any other township, Ohio township, the state or political subdivision shall be transferable to Berlin Township. Whereas the board authorized the policy amendment under its authority to set the compensation of its employees and to further employee recruitment and retention and for other lawful reasons. And whereas under that same authority and for those reasons, the board finds it appropriate and desires to extend this benefit to all full-time non-bargaining unit employees hired prior to the amendment of policy 3.14 stated above and still employed full-time by the township as of January 1st, 2026. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Trustees of Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio, the board authorizes and directs amendment of policy 1.3.14 vacation that beginning January 1st, 2026, any full-time township employee is entitled to have the employee's prior full-time service with the state of Ohio and other Ohio political subdivision, including a township, village, city, county, or district in the state, counted as service with the township for the purpose of computing the amount of the employee's vacation leave. The employee's employment anniversary date for purpose of computing the amount of the employee's vacation leave shall be the anniversary date of such prior service. No vacation accumulated at another Ohio township, the state, or political subdivision shall be transferable to Berlin Township. Effective January 1st, 2026, it is also made applicable to all full-time non-bargaining unit township employees as of the date of this resolution who are still employed full-time by the township as of January 1st, 2026. Be it further resolved that this action and all deliberations upon this matter were conducted and taken place in open meetings in compliance with the Ohio Revised Code 121.22.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bowler. As mentioned in this resolution, it is a recruitment and retention piece to extend this service for vacation accumulation and acknowledge the service done by employees transferring in, as well as to honor those who did come in and are now current employees with their prior service also, effective January 1st, 2026. Any further discussion?
No discussion.
Please call roll.
Trustee Real,
Yes.
trustee Gould.
Yes,
Do you have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second, moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by the chair. Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes.
Yes. You're adjourned.
Okay.